It's a huge privilege to be in these incredible places with these amazing animals. I love filming lions. When they do get up and do something, it's always spectacular. When they are playing, are incredibly fun to watch, especially sabals and cubs. I love being in the bush and working in these incredible places with these amazing animals. We want to bring it to you so that you can almost feel like you're right there and be able to experience.
This program features live coverage of an African safari and may include animal kills and carcasses. Viewer discretion is advised.
Good afternoon, everyone. Welcome to Djuma, here in the Sabi Sands in South Africa. My name's Kelly. I'm really glad you could all join us this afternoon, myself, Chris, Liam and Rexon, to explore the joys of nature here in the Sabi Sands. If you'd like to send your questions, please send them to #WildEarth on Twitter. If you're under the age of 18, please send us an email on kidsquestions@wildearth.tv. Or you can register on the WildEarth website, head over to the channel page and you can submit your questions there. It's a beautiful afternoon here. In the low 30s, we've got some nice cloud cover here this afternoon. Could make the promise of a beautiful sunset. We're all very excited to be here. We're all heading off in different directions this afternoon to see what we can find for everyone. Please don't hesitate to send us your questions. They really keep us thinking and it makes all the difference to our afternoon game drive. I'm going to slowly make my way maybe towards Djuma Dam. There's a beautiful termite mound here. Maura, thank you so much. We all love having you here. You really do make our afternoon special and exciting. The questions you send through really keep us focused and excited. There's some beautiful termite mounds through this open area on quarantine, and they're great places for snakes or mongoose. As we know, the hyenas sometimes make their dens in these termite mounds. Also, wild dogs will den in these termite mounds. They're a real important part of the ecosystem here. And some people say termite mounds will also run along a water vein in an area. So if you look at them from the sky, they almost form a kind of line along the most prominent water vein. Right, I'm going to get going. I don't have a strict agenda for today. I think yesterday proved once again that the harder we push, the less nature cooperates. We are not in control here. So just to take it as it comes, enjoy everything that nature offers us. I was watching this morning. There was some stunning sightings today. I'm I'm super excited to see what the afternoon delivers to us. I'm going to hand you over to Chris and see where he's got to.
Yeah, Gilly was spot on. This morning was absolutely incredible. And to work from the northwest all the way systematically down to the southwest. Nothing in particular that we're looking for. Literally just sort of just zigzagging through the area, and then if we see anything, then we'll continue. My name is Chris, and with me on Cam Ops today is Craig. And together we're going to be hopefully bringing you a fantastic live safari yet again. Saw some fresh elephant tracks heading this way, so that could potentially be something we can start off with. But other than that, we're literally just enjoying ourselves this afternoon. And you never know what's going to unfold. There was also tracks of a female leopard heading into this area, the general area from Galagapan area, and it's very likely to be in Zele. But yeah, I'm not actively going to track it. I mean, it's from last night, so nothing. It's not worthwhile to actually try and spend time on that. Nice to spend a bit of time with a nice group of elephants again, don't you think? It's a nice, warmish but overcast afternoon, which is quite pleasant. So I think in terms of animal movement, it just could be exactly what we need. I think Kelly will very likely also, I don't know, she did mention she might want to head down to the hyenas. Hi, Kelly, and she wants to know if any other animals swim like elephants. Yeah, you know, not really. Well, we had those hyenas this morning. They don't exactly swim like elephants, but they were at one stage literally swimming. Not running, physically swimming. So we had the hyenas this morning do that. You probably won't find the cats do it. They're not keen to do anything in water if they don't have to. Buffalo likes to head into water, but I won't say swimming. It's more just to lie in some of those pools on very, very hot days, and probably more muddy areas rather than actual water. Other than that, and also excluding true aquatic creatures like, you know, obviously hippo, crocodiles, and I mean, they live in there, but not swimming as such. And obviously geese and duck, but yeah, I think those are pretty much the only things that I know that will do that, here at least. Elsewhere in the world, perhaps you might find some other things that will swim like that. You know, up in the Amazon, the jaguars regularly cross water bodies. Tigers up in Asia are known to swim extensively in order to cross small rivers. Even the lions in the Okavango Delta regularly swim across those channels. But that's out of necessity. That's not necessarily for fun. While we continue our little bumble, let's head over to Rexon. Let's see what he's up to on the dam cam.
Good afternoon, everyone, and welcome here on Safari Live on Right at the Dam Camp. This afternoon, I can see breeding herd of Impala. They are covering the waterhole. Let's have a look with one of these Impala here. Just try to get a close range. I can see the Impala that's right in front of the camera. The two, it look like the adult and also one youngster. By the look of the thing, he might be, yes, born last year November. It's very common for Impala. Every time, each and every year, around November, they give birth. Of course, if you look at the youngster here, it's not really confused, called yelling. It's always will be following the bachelor boys all the time, because at the moment, of course, the dominant male will be really not happy with all these young males joining the female. Lucky enough, you can see oxpecker that's landed on top of the Impala. A little bit soft, try to follow up. But yes, of course, with Impala to be grouping and really form so-called bachelor boys. A bachelor head is very, very important. It's how actually they're always looking around where the female that might be with the dominant male. All the time they will be on the outskirts of a dominant male or female operation. If we get loose power, they will know that they will take control of it. One of the dominant male will really get in and kicks the stronger one off from the head, and it will be continuously mating. It will be the same applies with him. If you really lose power, you will be kicked out by the stronger male that is always waiting on the outskirts of the female and his Antelope or his harem, of course, is how actually the Impala works. And why it's like that? Impala, they don't want to carry a very weak gene. It's all the species out in nature, survival of the fittest. If you're not fit, also you will not going to be accepted in the head of the female. Same applies with the lions. Earlier on yesterday, I had a question about the dark male looking male within the structure of the lions, the one that's always selected and as a preference of the female. Also here in Impala, the one that is stronger is a preference of the female to mate. If you're not strong enough, you're not going to be accepted by the female, of course. And also because they have practical examples when they are still in a bachelor boys. What they do, they'll fight amongst themselves and put the order in the right way. 1, 2, 3, 4 as a rank. The one that's always in number 1 rank, it will be also respected by the bachelor boys, and they know they cannot compete. Is on that way.
Welcome to And Beyond Ngala Private Game Reserve, where the magic of Africa comes alive. We are privileged to once again include this magnificent reserve and its array of animals to your screens in our daily live safaris.
On a live drive here in the African wild.
To celebrate, we are offering an unforgettable 3-night stay for 2 at And Beyond Ngala Safari Lodge for one of our lucky explorers. Tucked under a canopy of mopani and tambuti trees, Ngala Safari Lodge offers a variety of activities such as twice daily game drives, intimate wildlife encounters, eye-opening bushwalks, and much more. Sign up to be a WildEarth explorer before the 15th of March and you will be entered into the draw. WildEarth Explorers. It's in your nature.
I was so excited to come across DJ, or Demi James, Demi meaning half, and that refers to DJ's incomplete upper breastband. And what is so cool is that DJ has been building a nest, and we have also seen DJ hanging out with the partner. I cannot wait to see how the breeding season goes and bring you all the action from Penguin Beach.
My name is David, and I love being a cam op because you get a front row seat to all the best sightings that WildEarth has to offer. Sharing it with everyone else, well, that's a perk too. What makes the WildEarth experience magical? Well, it has to be the fact that it's live and interactive. The sighting that'll be ingrained in my brain for life, watching a lioness kill 3 wildebeest during the migration in the space of about 20 minutes. My spirit animal, that has to be a monkey.
Good afternoon, everybody, and welcome back to a very, very warm and sunny Pridelands Game Reserve. How tranquil is this lovely scene? We are back at Leopard Dam, where we were this morning, towards the end of our drive. And just a spectacular scene as a group of giraffe, as well as a group of zebra further back in, and 1 or 2 warthog. I'm not sure if you're able to see them further in the shade there, or on the southern side of the dam. My name's Liam Burrow, and I'm going to be your guide here in the front seat today. My cam-up is the highly talented Johan. Morris, the tracker, on the front seat, and Sina. Sina is our backup guide for the afternoon. As I mentioned, a blistering hot day in the Lowveld area this afternoon. The weather forecast reckons it's somewhere in the vicinity of the low 30s. Though for all of us that have been managing in it throughout the day, we would certainly say it's significantly higher. But the winds of change are shifting. Feels like a cool breeze from the southwest, potential for some rainfall a little bit later this evening. A little glimpse of that female giraffe entering that really peculiar sort of forward squat to come down and drink with a flick. It's not something you always see. Giraffe are certainly not daily drinkers. They actually live rather remarkably independently of water. They will, of course, drink if water is available, but in drier areas, giraffe will go days without drinking, arguably as much as a week. She's also in an extremely vulnerable position, squatted down like that. You can imagine something like a crocodile grabbing her by the nose, or perhaps a lion sneaking up behind her. That would not be a good position to be caught in. So she'll drop her head down, have a few gulps of water, and then immediately raise her head and check for danger. Giraffe physiology is also a bit of a circulatory miracle. They've evolved such an enormous heart which pumps out such tremendous blood pressure to compensate for that, off she goes, that ridiculous neck. But when you add the forces of gravity to that, if the giraffe's head suddenly drops below the heart, you get arguably quite a rush of blood down there. They have a few mechanisms in place to prevent damage, but they can't be down for too long. Kevin, good afternoon, and a good question. We do see giraffe, I'd say, about equally alone as we see them in groups. They are gregarious animals, so they do like to socialize, but from studies as far as we can see up until now, giraffes do not form permanent bonds, not like something like a herd of elephants. So groups of giraffe are quite loose. Individuals come and go. We may see 40 together on one day and just a single one tomorrow. It's quite advanced if you think about it. They come together to socialize when it suits them, and they're all alone when it suits them as well. We can actually see a number of giraffe in there. I believe it looks like possibly 4 or 5. A number of them actually nibbling on tambuti trees. I answered a question on, it was either this morning or yesterday afternoon's drive, about trees that elephants do not eat. The tambuti tree is extremely toxic. But giraffe are another one of those animals that seems to really enjoy eating it. In just a moment, we're going to be linking over to Rexon, who has a group of animals that are always found in a herd.
Welcome back from Liam. We are right here at Gary Dam. What can I see now at the moment is a group of Warthog that are really separating themselves from the herd. They start to move towards the eastern direction of the dam itself. It's really interesting. Early on, I've seen these aggregation of species joining all together, Impala, Ngala, Warthog, and they were like together for a couple minutes and they separated. But you can tell the Warthog, they've been along with the Impala, that they can help one another when it comes to danger in the surrounding. The waterhole most of the time is really loved by different species as predators. Of course, lions, leopards, they really like more to come towards the water because they know that waterhole always species that comes in and out in that particular area. So it's more easy for lions to hunt Warthog or Impala that really come straight directly to the water, or anything that comes to the water. So look at this particular individual, young Warthog, is now on his knees trying to reach the grass easy without tiring itself when it comes to part of the neck, because they have a short body and short neck, not like the Impala itself, which have a little bit longer neck that they can stretch in order to reach the ground easily. So for the Warthog, it's a little bit tiring. All the time you may find Warthog on his knees in order to reach the ground, because they like a very short grass, of course, to grass to really dig roots and more, etc., that they can find on the grass itself. Unbelievable. The population of Warthog in the area is not that much great due to all predators, high density of predators in Sabi Sand, of course, no doubt. Warthog hunt with all species. Hyena can hunt Warthog. Wild dog, cheetah, leopard, elephant, lions, they really do hunt the Canine. And it's preferable by leopard in most cases. There were some of the leopard in particular, they really like to hunt Warthog in general. So we have seen a prime example with the leopard that used to hang around in the area, which today is no longer in the area. Ukumuri likes to hunt a lot Warthog all the time. So each and every leopard does have its own preference of general game to hunt in a surrounding. Some of the leopards they prefer to hunt Springbok or grey decker because it's a small, medium size to carry up in the tree without really interaction with the hyenas and other species that might compete. Because if you kill bigger size of a species, you might end challenging in a competition, because hyenas are always waiting for the lamb calls. Oh, look at that. Such a wonderful play, because they do have tasks. They are playing at the moment. All these skills that they're using at the moment, they're going to apply it tomorrow, especially when they come to defend themselves and also fighting for territory, because these Warthog are territorial, especially males. They're very much territorial. It's just behind the bushes, disappearing in the bank of this Gary Dam. Let me see if I may able to Sarah asking a question, do you ever see a warthog with fat ones? Sarah, it might be a warthog that really what happened to it, it breaks the tusk itself through from fighting or eating hard sort of material out in the area. Like sometimes we find warthog eating bones, then they can use the tusk easy, or from running through the woodland, they easily lose the tusk. Then you find that they have shorter tusks, but I haven't seen that they're bone-like, but it can happen. If it do happen to an elephant, it can happen to a warthog too. If they are born in an area where less calcium, yes, of course, nothing can really stop them doing so. We have seen lots of elephant in that regard, so the warthog also, it may happen. I haven't come across with it myself, but looking and observing in nature, in other species, if it do happen, why not warthog? It can. They just disappear, and they still the.
Ngala. That's my boy.
It couldn't be a better morning. This is just too special.
Wow, what a way to start off.
Bright colors, and it attracts the insect to the flower, which is exactly what we're watching right now. This is so exciting. Oh, there's two. Hello, Mama. It's all good. Hi. Hi.
The smallest baby black-backed jackal I have seen in the wild. Look how full the belly is.
It is so incredible to spend this time so close to an African penguin. They just make me feel alive.
That is incredibly sweet. Grooming each other.
Play is vital. This is how they learn. This is how they would tackle prey. There you go, there you go. There you go, there you go. Heart is pumping right now.
Look at this, everybody. We got a live kill. There's nowhere to go.
It's just such an incredible privilege to be out here. It just keeps on delivering.
Five, 4, 3, 2, 1. Live.
There she goes. Going for the youngster. She got it. That's what I'm talking about.
Look at that.
It is insanely good footage.
Welcome back. And first of all, I must apologise profusely. I forgot to let everyone know that Odie was on my camera this afternoon. So apologies, Odie. I wasn't going to come in this direction, but this beautiful big jackalberry just caught my eye from one of the other roads, and I felt compelled to come and have a good check in these beautiful shaded branches. Stunning big jackalberry, often a feature along these drainage lines. Diospirus mespiliformis. So the Diospirus means pair of the gods. This tree produces lots of fruit and is utilized by so many animals: monkeys, baboons, African green pigeons, often in these trees. I have had a look and sadly I can't I can't find any beautiful, you say pigeons and you think, but African green pigeons are beautiful birds, sort of a lime green, and what always catches my eyes, look like they've got perfectly done white eyeliner on. Beautiful big trees along these drainage lines, and it gets its name from the jackal berry, also fed on by jackals, these lovely big berries. But I couldn't drive past here and not come and check the things that, I mean, even that we can't see from here. Great place for some of the beautiful big owls. I think it was Chris this morning had a stunning Varro's eagle owl on drive. This is exactly the sort of place these big owls would come and rest during the day. I've got no idea how old this tree is. Jeffrey, how did the tree get its name? The jackalberry. It's the common name is from when it's fed on, the fruits are fed on by jackals. I'm not sure actually what the second part of its scientific name means. Also called the African ebony tree. So it got its name from the jackals feeding on the fruit. I just see, Odie was zoomed in on a little V there in this tree. It's a really nice example. I did look through binoculars. There's some grass in there, and it looks like I'm not sure, maybe a little young knob thorn or some sort of acacia has also started growing in the V of this tree. And this, I love things like this. Sometimes you will find orchids in here, but this is perfect. There's obviously sort of dead leaves and stuff that have formed a sort of mulch in the V of this tree. Grass seeds have got in there, either from the wind or animals feeding on them. Also this little, I can't see what it is, this little tree is also growing in here, probably from where a bird or a monkey even has fed on the seed pods and then pooped in that V, and a whole new ecosystem is starting to grow. So on that grass in that tree there'll be insects. The grass in that tree will seed. It's amazing how nature provides safe spaces for things to be nurtured and to grow. I'm gonna carry on, but I couldn't drive past this tree without checking. So I'm gonna hand over to Chris, and apparently he's got something that's moving quite fast.
Just hear that Koki's Franklin calling in the background, and that's not why we stopped here. You can't really see it now, but there's a terrapin, but he's on quite a mission. Just walking on the road very, very fast, direction Treehouse Dam. And it came from that little puddle close to Shibambu Junction, all the way on the road. We saw the tracks. And I reckon it's probably on the way to Treehouse Dam, since there's probably no food in there, just mud. And I mean, at Treehouse Dam there will be fish, there will be doves that's coming to drink, and there will be all sorts of tadpoles. And I roll it forward a little bit to see if I can't get a visual of it again. Let's see if Greg can pick it up there. It's in the bush there, you can just see the... So you can see they do move from water body to water body. A little bit shy. So this will be the serrated hinged terrapin, which is the species you find mainly out here. It's a relatively big one, so that suggests it's potentially or very likely a female. The males don't grow that big. Hi there, Sam. Basically, the same with tortoise. You can look at the scoots, the amount of scoots, and sort of use a formula to figure it out. And size. So that would be a relatively old one. Most chelonians or tortoise turtle-like creatures are very long-lived. So this could be well over 20 years old. Looking at the size. So it's size, and you can also look at how many scoots it's got on the back. Those little plates as they sort of grow. Right, let's triage this up ahead. So let's just go and park there for a bit. It's right up ahead. I heard some hyenas a little bit further that way, probably towards the den. They were quite vocal. So I'm not entirely sure what's happening there. I'm sure. I know Kelly expressed interest to head there, so we'll wait until she can give us an update. We'll just quickly see what's happening here at Treehouse Dam. Maybe we can see those two hippos from this morning, eh? My ribs was here as well this morning, but as far as I know, he's crossed into Little Gowrie. That thing might come back, you never know. Tlalamba was also seen in this block yesterday, and she's not been seen this morning. So we're in a good area for now, I think. So let's see, maybe we can have some luck.
Do you dream of traveling to a far-flung wilderness location where life continues as normal? A place where you can escape to nature and breathe. If you become a WildEarth explorer, then this could soon become a reality. Subscribe today and stand a chance to win regular travel prizes. WildEarth Explorers, it's in your nature.
Identifying individual African penguins can be extremely challenging because at first glance, they all look the same. Identifying Duo, an African penguin with a double breastband, was extremely exciting for me. Less than 5% of the African penguin population has this unique variation in plumage. And I can't wait to share Duo's life with everyone on WildEarth.
which is the dominant species of termite in this area. This single colony, it is one family, could be as many as 1 billion individuals beneath my feet. The mound is as hard as concrete. At the center of the colony is a queen, and she is the mother of everybody under this roof. Pretty staggering. It is a caste system. So even though every member of the colony is genetically related, genetically identical for all of the workers and the guards, they are born into different roles. A worker termite, whose function is exclusively to labor all day, carry little pieces of sand, little pieces of earth from point A to point B, and to feed guards, to feed the queen, to clean the queen. Their role is it's a bit of a thankless duty. They are born blind and with no reproductive organs. So there are literally no distractions for those termites. They live about a month, they work solidly all the way through, and they die. Sounds like a little bit of a bleak deal. On the other hand, you have guard termites, which are quite a bit larger than the workers, maybe 2 to 3 times the size, and they have an enormous head with a powerful pair of nippers, and they have the ability to spray formic acid at enemies. So things like a raiding party of ants may try and enter the colony. That would be worst case scenario for these termites. Those guards will bunch together, spray formic acid onto those ants, and the results are immediate. Those ants shrivel up, they can't move. It's a phenomenal defense. Back to the queen, who's quite an interesting individual as well. She started her life as a normal termite, but was fed a special diet and genetically pre-selected for the role as a queen in this colony. Her function is to sit at the center of this mound and lay eggs, day in and day out. She doesn't move. She's fed, cleaned, and looked after. Basically waited on hand and foot. This enormous pulsating glutton. She lays up to 35,000 eggs per day. How phenomenal is that? And her function is to keep this colony stocked with workers, guards, and future princes and princesses. Those princes and princesses develop wings, and in a nuptial flight, nuptial as in wedding, usually during the rains, special little entrances are opened up around the edge of these mounds, and these princes and princesses are set free. They take off, fly a short distance, and they have a very, very limited flight time. Hormones encourage the wings to drop off. Females will land, the males with them, and they mate, and it's their opportunity to start another termite mound. Thank you very much for your comment there, Keith. Termites certainly are absolutely fascinating. Another interesting thing to keep in mind is that in terms of biomass in these areas, if you put all of the termites in this environment on one end of the scale, and every single mammal, so every elephant, every mouse, every giraffe, every zebra, every scrub hare, mongoose, buffalo, whatever it is on the other side, termites would outweigh all of them. So they're all around us, and their big role in this environment is as decomposers. So they break down plant material and recycle it into the soil. And they're also phenomenal at pulling up all of the soil, which is very, very fertile, enriched with moisture, and bringing it to the surface for things like the plants to use. So something a little bit interesting. It doesn't always have to be about the big stuff. Phenomenal. Macrotermes. In just a moment or two, we're going to be linking to Rexon to see what he has on the dam cam at Djuma in the Sabi Sands.
Welcome back from Liam. Of course, Liam, you're right. really small things are more interesting out in nature, especially if we concentrate and really on them. It really makes day more exciting. We have this Warthog here, look like he's having 2 piglets that are more to the right or left. It depends where you might be facing. Really, they are so much playful. Look like it's very quiet for a day here. There's no sign of any cats. Of course, if these species feel like they're threatened in the area, they might start to move out completely in the surrounding. I can see now and then the youngsters are coming out playing or running. And as you can see, the Warthog is shining on the side of the belly. They're enjoying quite a lot of the mud wallows to the left. They're wallowing in the mud in order to cool down the body system. It's in their nature. Warthog, elephant, buffalo, rhino, they really likes to cool down the body system, and that helps a lot to cool down the body system. Also, for the second point, they do have parasite on the skin. When they kick themselves with mud, it suffocates all the ticks. They cannot get oxygen easily. They can die. Then they can free from the ticks, so it's more important. And the third one that we normally don't talk about, natural, all the species that I have dark color looking, as well as buffalo and so forth, all the time they think about the next season. When they go down to the water and wallow, is to extend that volume of whatever they are doing, whether it's a small pan, whether it's just a mud wallows on the road, they wallow that in order to create more wallowings and actually for the area to hold more water for the next season of the rain, because it do help quite a lot. If there's water everywhere around the area, it makes their life easy. They cannot concentrate in the area where might be lions and leopards are waiting for them to come. So that by so doing, they're digging their own natural pan. They use these species quite a lot. Elephant, rhino, buffalo, warthog. They like to wallow a lot. Trying to get close and get more a close shot of the warthog, whether it's a male or female, but the look of the thing could be the mother. But the only thing that can really help us to identify a warthog is the double warts that the warthog have. So if she has single warts, that means that it's a female. Let's see what Chris have. This, I think, is a female.
Caught up with a small herd of ellies. There's a nice young tiny little calf there with this big cow. Look at that. Good afternoon, Thomas. That calf is probably not more than about 3 months old, if that much. Tiny still. You can see he's got still very clumsy with the trunk. Sort of like still learning how to use it. other one is very likely that calves previous, the cow's previous calf, obviously substantial, older, probably over 3 years old. The inter-calving period here in Kruger is roughly about 3.5 years, roughly. So it's basically what you want is to you know, once every 4.5 years you should be able to get a calf being born, and in that way your population don't grow as quickly. But anyway, that's just more population dynamics. There's a few of them further up ahead. We'll see if we can catch up with them. Let's give it a shot. They've crossed into Little Growly, but Gowrie. There is, however, I saw 2 young bulls, or youngsters, somewhere around there. And, Alright, so while we try and reposition, let's head over to Kelly, who's looking at something even smaller than the elephant calf.
I wanted to show you this beautiful golden orb-web spider, mostly because I'm on a massive guilt trip. She had a strand of web across the road and I didn't see it, and I pinged her rope that secures her web across the road. Now I feel bad. But she's a beautiful female golden orb-web spider. She's from the Nephilia species. There's actually 4 different species of orb-web spider in South Africa, whose names I'm not going to try to remember. I think this is the banded-legged. I think there's a black-legged, and there's 2 others whose names escape me at the moment. So these are actually different from the garden orb-web spiders, who are much sort of squarer and spikier looking. But these females, they only survive a season and they grow incredibly quickly. Beautiful markings there. Anyone that's a bit freaked out by spiders, please try not to be. Or you can look away now. But these spiders there, they do get quite big. It's a little bit difficult to get a scale on this girl, but I have seen them almost as big as my hand, but they don't get, oh, that's beautiful. I mean, look at those markings on there. It's going to get windy now. Beautiful spots on her abdomen. Gorgeous colours, and I'm sorry if anyone is freaked out by spiders, but I had to get used to spiders. When I moved here, I wasn't a massive fan. I'm still not a huge fan of spiders, if I'm completely honest. I don't particularly want them on my face, but I did have to teach myself how to, exactly as happened just now. If you are on drive and there is a web that you unfortunately miss, they do have a tendency to often be sort of mid-row height on game viewer seats, and I had to teach myself quite quickly. I actually did some work with Liam to teach me how to sensibly hold spiders. Not to play with them, but you know, if they're on someone, I needed to be able to comfortably get them off and safely remove them, both for the person and, to be perfectly honest, more for the spider. So while I don't want them on my face or in my bed, I'm not exactly frightened of them. This is a beautifully marked female. Very pretty. Carl, poisonous. So all spiders are venomous. It just depends on how venomous they are and how much they affect people. So venomous, if something bites you, it's venomous, and if you bite something, it's poisonous. So your frogs and your berries poisonous, and then spiders, snakes, scorpions are venomous. All spiders are venomous. You don't want to particularly be bitten by any of them, even the very, very small ones. These spiders do bite. I know one person that's been bitten by one of these, but they're very docile spiders. You have to generally really upset them to make them bite you, and the person who was bitten by one of these, there was no bad effects. There's actually 6. It changes. Science changes all the time. There's debates, I think, at the moment going about sack spiders, but let's say 5 or 6 what we would classify as medically important spiders here in South Africa. So all spiders are venomous, but not medically important. So as long as you would keep a little bite clean, then it's not too much to worry about, unless it was from one of these very venomous. So the black and brown button spiders, violin, sack, 6-eyed crab spiders, but there's one of them that there's lots of spider experts that are debating at the moment, so don't quote me on the science. But if this girl bit you, A, I'd be very surprised, and B, it probably wouldn't do you too much harm. I'm sorry about your web, girlie, I apologise.
When on safari, there's nothing better than an evening spent under the stars chatting around a fire, with the sounds of the wild all around you. If you sign up to be a WildEarth explorer, you can build your own memories by joining our guides for regular fireside chats. Subscription payments can be made by PayPal, credit card, and now bank transfer. WildEarth Explorers, it's in your nature.
It feels amazing. So nice to see the people and interacting with everything, how it works with the cameras and switching with the vehicles. I like it very much. It's very good. I decided to take a ticket to Dream. I'm a founder member, so the first time WildEarth needs some help, I did it too. And I think it's a nice thing to help them, that they can broadcast every day here. My favorite parts about today is to see Ribbon. I was surprised she was there. A pied kingfisher, I was looking for them the whole time. And the drive to the Milwaukee, it was awesome. My favorite part of WildEarth is the connecting people with the wildlife. I look every day, most 2 times, and you really get part of a family here. That's like very much.
There we go, look. All 3 in one frame. Look at that, isn't that cool? Oh, that is so special. That is exactly what we had been hoping for, is all 3 of them to come together and make the perfect little family portrait.
My favorite animal is a leopard, purely because I just think they are just the epitome of feline grace and power, and the way they can move about in any environment and remain hidden until they want to be seen, I just find incredibly intoxicating, and they're amazingly beautiful.
Catch up with the guides daily here on
Welcome back here at Kari Dam. Of course, very, very active. I was just following the Ngala. It headed into thick bushes. Back to these Impala, some of them lying down. That is a very good sign that in the area is very peaceful. Nothing much as a form of predators in the surrounding. The Ngala also headed thick bushes. It looks like they're very happy. But in the nature of Ngala, they are the species, them and the Kudu, they prefer a very thick habitat area, and they're very good to maneuver into a thicket, running away from lions. Here's the Impala lying down at the moment. You can see he's chewing all the cud, ruminating. This is time for the Impala. Most of the time, you find all the ruminators, they will be having time to lie down and chew the cud. That is very important time that species have, is where in most cases they have to relax because night is coming not so long. There has to be always alert at night, so they have to relax the muscles of the body because at night they will get hunted quite a lot with predators. Could be lions, could be hyenas, could be leopard at night. So they have to be always really running away from all different species. So in the course of a day, if they have time where they're free, they have to lie down. There's raising Impala, and most species, they prefer an open area where the grass is very short, as you can see in front of you. Then they can see enemy coming from distance. Is to more relax, see enemy, prepare for a night, which is highly, highly important. Lovely. Let us cut to Liam. He's got something that can really hunt this species in front of you.
Thank you very much, Rexon. Indeed, we have, I would say, an Impala's worst nightmare. And what an incredible surprise as we came around the corner just 2 or 3 minutes ago. And Morris, old eagle eyes on the front, pointed out 4 African wild dogs just sat under the shade of these tambuti trees. How phenomenal is that? So exciting. These very misunderstood carnivores are the rarest large carnivore in southern Africa and the second rarest carnivore in the entire continent of Africa. Second only to the Ethiopian wolf. They are super special. Yeah, the total population left in the entire continent is somewhere in the vicinity of 5,000. That's an estimate. And the entire population in all of our country, that's South Africa, probably as low as 400 individuals. So we may be looking at 1% of the entire population of the country sat right here with us. How amazing is that? Now, there's not a whole lot of activity amongst these wild dogs at the moment, though we are lucky with sort of getting their heads up. Maggie, thank you very much for your comment. Indeed, very exciting. Always a huge pleasure to see the wild dogs. They tend to live quite a nomadic existence, though their pack structure is quite permanent, is quite established, and they do tend to roam vast distances in search of enough food. As we mentioned, that food source is predominantly Impala. A group of wild dogs this size is having to kill every single day. Compare that to something like a pride of lions that kills perhaps 2 times a week if they're lucky. The wild dogs need an enormous amount of meat simply to survive. As a result, they're often on the move. So we don't know how long we'll have them here at Pridelands, so we will certainly capitalize while we've got them. We are over the moon to be showing them to you this afternoon after following them around without too much success this morning. Good afternoon, sir. Thank you very much. Another valuable question. I appreciate you asking me. So wild dogs and jackals are both canines. They're both part of the dog family. But the wild dogs themselves form part of an ancient lineage. Supposedly relating them more closely to the wolves that you'd expect in the northern hemisphere than to something like a jackal. But wild dogs and jackals are far closer than wild dogs would be to something like hyenas. Even though a hyena looks large and dog-like, it is not a dog in the slightest. They share more genetic bonds with felines, with the cat family, than with dogs. Yeah, it's quite interesting. Out here, fundraising efforts and conservationists are almost trying to move away from the term African wild dog, because it is felt that to somebody who doesn't know what they are, the term wild dog gives connotations of aggression and possibly rabies and things like that. Not particularly positive images when it comes to the attempt to generate funds for the conservation of the species. The alternate suggestion for a name is perhaps the painted wolf, which is quite a nice one. Their scientific name, Lycaon pictus, actually refers to the painted wolf. Now, the markings of each dog totally unique. There is actually a wild dog database that's been established by a wild dog conservation group in the greater Kruger. They meticulously photograph the left-hand side of the body of each dog, and then that image is plotted into facial recognition software donated by the FBI over in the United States. The wild dog's markings are like a fingerprint. They never change. So should a photograph be captured at a later stage, it can be uploaded into that medium, and that individual wild dog's ID number, I guess it would be, is spat out, giving experts the opportunity to keep track of their movements, even over arguably hundreds of kilometers. Really hunkering down in the shade there, and we can understand why. In this heat, having a body completely covered in fur and no ability to sweat, the heat must be difficult to manage. They do pant, a bit like a domestic dog, your dog at home maybe, but I'm sure the heat is challenging. So folks at home, I think we're going to hang around with these dogs for a little bit, make sure they don't get up and get active. But I think we are going to link back to my colleague Rexon back over in the Sabi Sands at the dam cam and see what he's up to. Hopefully we will see you a little bit later.
Thank you. Welcome back from Liam. Of course, I'm right here at the Gully Dam with the Warthog. It looks like it's changing now. I can see this Warthog. She was really moving very fast from the beginning, and now she's just stopping. Maybe it could be just because the wind is blowing around in the area. She has no trust in the surrounding. The Impala also have moved furthermore west up to quarantine. Only the Impala and the Ngala that might be in the thickets. You'd never know. I mean, Warthog is not a very good species when it comes to eyesight to see better. The sense of a smell is very good, and the hearing, it could be good, but sense of eyesight totally is not that good. They can see. Of course, they're way in and out of the area, but when it comes to seeing anyone far from the distance, they are not able to see. Warthogs and stay with anything that might be keeping their time Djuma lost. Coming back to the Warthog, I would like to apologize for the technical problem that you're experiencing now and then. Really back to this Warthog. I feel like very happy and very, very lucky to see Warthog today in front of you. So it's one of the species that I know fairly, if a leopard is in the area, they're not going to see immediate effect. They can really be more vulnerable from the leopard, especially if a male leopard gets into the area as far in this size of a Warthog, maybe Molowati or Tawangume, they can really see it's not really happy. He's more like maybe he get to sense something. You never know. Oh, look at it. And we'll be quickly linking back to Kelly and see what she up to.
So we just found almost teenage elephant. He's not super relaxed, so he's just moved off. He wanted to eat at the base of this marula tree, but I'm just going to give him some space. He's not afraid, but by being here, I think we have impacted his behavior, which is not what I'm here to do. So I'm going to roll forward a little bit and see if we can get another gap through these trees, but I'm not going to chase this boy through the bush here. He's quite young to be. I haven't seen any other elephants in the area. They might be around somewhere, but I haven't seen any. No, he's gone through the back there. No, I'm gonna carry on. This is a young boy. I don't want to upset him. He probably feels a little bit vulnerable that he is on his own. Maybe he's just starting to make tracks, leaving his family, and the last thing I want to do is disrupt his day. I'm sure he's learning how to move between the marula trees, and I certainly don't want to have a negative impact on him, so I'm going to leave this boy. It's actually a lovely afternoon. This cloud is really helping with the heat. I've been listening to Rexon with his elephants on, his warthog on dam cam there. It is lovely to see them. Rexon's quite right. Leopard do really enjoy a nice juicy warthog. I'm gonna have a check down the cut line. It's a good place to look for tracks. I'm going to check nicely down this cut line and see if there's been any sign of animals crossing in and out.
Peaceful surroundings, the nature. It's not something I can get in my homeland, so it's wonderful to be able to be live, with you guys and feel like you're actually there.
If you want to go on safari with a WildEarth guide whilst honing your bush knowledge and of course featuring in one of our shows, then head over to our website.
With wild dogs, wonderful, absolutely wonderful. We don't always get to see those, so that's just been amazing.
Sign up to be a WildEarth explorer and you could be making your first ever on-screen appearance.
I wanted to be part of the support of WildEarth. It brings so much to everybody, and everything has brought so much to me, especially, got me through some difficult times myself. I found WildEarth shortly before I was going to go through some things in my own personal life, and it's what got me through, and I know that's a story for many, many, many people, so it's important to me to provide support to that.
To have gone through through the operation and treatment that I had to have subsequently meant that I lost a lot of energy. So WildEarth was brilliant to be able to sit down for the afternoon and escape. Being on a live drive at Djuma, just absolutely amazing. To actually be sitting on Djuma Dam is just awesome. I look forward to seeing any of the animals. I think it's so nice to be able to see them in their natural habitat. My favourite part for today has been going on a bumper with Lauren. WildEarth has been particularly helpful, and if anyone's going through hard times out there, keep going. You can handle it, and it will get better. The sun will rise tomorrow.
Guys, just watch what's happening. See, watch the elephant, watch the lions. See, the first ones to run are the cubs. Can you see them? They are right here. I'm not sure how scared you were, but I was quite nervous. But absolutely incredible.
Expect the unexpected here on WildEarth daily.
So we're back with our little group of 4 stunning wild dogs here on the Pridelands concession. A little bit of movement in the group. They're kind of fussing each other. I think as the clouds have sort of started to roll in from the southwest, things have started to just cool off a bit. The edge has kind of gone from the heat. So with some luck, perhaps our dogs will get up and mobile. Can be a bit challenging to follow them if you don't have a hot air balloon or a helicopter, because they tend to just run straight into the bush and potentially keeping up a staggering pace of 45 kilometers an hour for potentially an hour at a time. Oh, he's really gracing us with a stunning view there. Fiona, good afternoon. An excellent question. You have asked, do wild dogs den in termite mounds? Absolutely they do. You are quite right. Wild dogs are one of about 17 species of mammals in this area, and that will make a home in a termite mound. They don't permanently live in holes. It's only around the time while the alpha pair is raising a litter of pups. Enormous litters of youngsters. I believe the record is 21 puppies in a litter. Well, that was very nice. One of his friends getting up and mobile as well. We're in a little bit of a difficult position. We have some slightly sensitive soil just off to the left-hand side of the vehicle. So, yeah, we will just have to kind of keep an eye on the dogs, see what they're doing. But one of our greatest priorities is respect for the environment. We don't want our activities in the Land Rover to leave any permanent damage on the bush. The dogs are up, defecating, marking. This is part of behavior that may indicate they're going to get up and get going. They have an unbelievable 90% success rate on the hunt. So to put that into Impala numbers, 9 in 10 Impala they chase will be eaten. Admittedly, a large number of their kills are stolen by other predators. They're outcompeted by large groups of hyenas. Kills are often stolen by lions, by hyenas. But the sheer volume of animals that the wild dogs manage to bring down means that they're usually very adept at feeding themselves. and sustaining enormous litters of puppies, as I mentioned. So we are going to keep an eye on these wild dogs. Hopefully their movements continue in an area where we can follow them. And I'm going to link over to my friend Chris, who is currently at one of the dams.
Oh, awesome, Liam. Sure you're enjoying those dogs. I'm enjoying this. We've just thought we'll just come and just spend a bit of time around Cheetah Plains. Sorry, not Cheetah Plains, Chitwa. We don't go to Cheetah Plains, sorry about that, but we're at Chitwa Dam, so just watching the hippos a little bit, and we'll be on the lookout for a crocodile as well. I haven't had a crocodile on screen. They seem to find it funny. And they are actually gone. Such a pretty dam, this, you know. Wind has certainly picked up, I must say. So a couple of francolins is going crazy below the dam wall here. Not sure what it is about. Somewhere around there. Oh, this wind is picking up a bit. Hi there, Samantha. As a species, hippos are not an endangered species. They are, however, I think listed as vulnerable, which is there is a concern. You know, so their numbers have gone down substantially in the last 100 years. So their range has shrunken and they are extinct locally in places, but in major conservation areas, the numbers are too high, and to such extent that they're not really in any current danger of becoming extinct. However, they are threatened. I think they're threatened or vulnerable, one of the two. So basically, the IUCN lists, so basically there's certain levels. So least concern would be the majority of the animals that are in good numbers, even outside conservation areas. That would be Impala, for instance, will be something that's least concern. Then you start to get near threatened, which means it's something like an Impala, but something like Kudu or something like that, that they still occur in good numbers, but there is a reason to believe that the populations are declining, but they are stable and in good numbers and widespread. Then the next level down would be vulnerable. anyway, remember that. Yeah, so the next step will then be vulnerable. So hippos are vulnerable, which means not immediate problem, of becoming extinct, but it is something to watch. Some environmental practices is needed to secure populations, like national parks and so forth. Next level will be endangered, then critically endangered, then it's extinct. All right, so it's level. So yeah. So the next step for hippo would be endangered should the numbers decline further. So I'm going to still try.
Peaceful surroundings, the nature, it's not something I can get in my homeland. So it's wonderful to be able to be live, with you guys and feel like you're actually there.
If you want to go on safari with a WildEarth guide, whilst honing your bush knowledge and of course featuring in one of our shows, then head over to our website.
With wild dogs, wonderful, absolutely wonderful. We don't always get to see those, so that's just been amazing.
Sign up to be a WildEarth explorer and you could be making your first ever on-screen appearance.
I wanted to be part of the support of WildEarth. It brings so much to everybody, and everything has brought so much to me, especially, got me through some difficult times myself. I found WildEarth shortly before I was going to go through some things in my own personal life, and it's what got me through, and I know that's a story for many, many, many people, so it's important to me to provide support to that.
To have gone through the operation and treatment that I had to have subsequently meant that I lost a lot of energy. And so WildEarth was brilliant to be able to sit down for the afternoon and escape. Being on a live drive at Djuma, just absolutely amazing. To actually be sitting on Djuma Dam is just awesome. I look forward to seeing any of the animals. I think it's so nice to be able to see them in their natural habitat. My favourite part for today has been going on a bumper with Lauren. WildEarth has been particularly helpful, and if anyone's going through hard times out there, keep going. You can handle it, and it will get better. The sun will rise tomorrow.
Guys, just watch what's happening. See, watch the elephants, watch the lions. See, the first ones to run are the cubs. Can you see them? They are right here. I'm not sure how scared you were, but I was quite nervous. But absolutely incredible.
Expect the unexpected.
So our wild dogs seem to have regrouped under the shady canopy of this low Tamboti tree. 3 of them at least, all lying in very nice, neat succession around the base of the tree trunk there. I think perhaps a little bit too early for them to kick off and head out to hunt. before we left you, I was speaking a little bit about the nature of these wild dogs, covering quite vast distances in search of food. Now they are seriously nomadic, covering ranges in excess of 450 square kilometers. Now, unfortunately, in places like southern Africa, 450 square kilometers is often much bigger than the entire reserve. So wild dogs are quite well known for their ability to dig under fences and cross between areas. Now, they might be quite safe and quite well protected within a game reserve like Pridelands, but should these dogs pop under the fence and end up on something like a sheep farm or in an agricultural area, that's where a lot of the danger comes in for their survival. So a number of threats, danger from farmers. People will shoot these dogs to try and protect livestock. Another total Achilles heel, and I was just chatting to Sina about it, is the fact that these dogs have virtually no immunity, virtually no resistance to the diseases carried by domestic dogs. Now, in the communities that so often surround these wilderness areas, these pockets of natural bush, there are large numbers of domestic dogs, often unvaccinated. Unfortunately, on occasion, wild dogs and these domestic dogs will cross paths. And often diseases such as canine distemper and rabies could be spread. Now, for example, one dog gets infected with one of these diseases. Wild dogs, when they hunt and are successful on a kill, will kill something like an Impala. An individual will gorge itself on meat, and then it may bump into other pack members later on, at which time it regurgitates some of the meat in its stomach. It throws up a bit of food in order to sort of share the wealth, make sure everybody gets a slice. You can imagine with a contagious disease, sharing of vomit, that's going to spread like wildfire, and it does. So, yeah, quite unfortunate, and those are probably the two greatest reasons for the dwindling population of wild dogs. Thirdly, perhaps to a lesser degree, another great enemy of the dog is, or the wild dog, is lacking genetic variation in these populations. Because wildlife areas have become so fragmented, isolated populations of these dogs occur in opposite ends of the country with very little natural mixing of genetic lineages between them. Now, conservationists using this wild dog ID program with the facial recognition software I was chatting about earlier, scientists will capture groups of these dogs from one area that's perhaps becoming a bit oversaturated, say 4 or 5 males, pop them in a little bush plane and fly them across the country to another reserve and drop them off. Yeah, unfortunately, these days, with the population of humans approaching 8 billion on this planet, we're having to become more and more hands-on with the conservation of endangered species. Thankfully, there are a lot of great people working for some phenomenal organizations doing some amazing work to keep these animals on our planet for further generations. I, for one, wouldn't want to live in a world where wild dogs, rhinos, elephants didn't exist. Orlando, you've asked a question about the survival rates of pups. A very good question, I might add. Now, looking at the litter sizes, I mentioned they might be in excess of 20 individuals. I've certainly read 21 is the record. You see, with many animal species, something like a sea turtle, for example, they have enormous litters of young, enormous amounts of babies, for the very reason that mortality of the youngsters is so high. With wild dogs, out of a litter of 21, they would be extremely lucky to raise, I would say, half to a quarter of those pups, realistically. When the young are initially very, very small and they're completely limited to the den, they have to stay underground. Predators might be anything from snakes to something like a leopard, hyenas, lions, and then they come up onto the surface, start following the family around. Disease kicks in, competition with other wild dogs, hyenas, lions, crocodiles, birds of prey, all sorts of things. Yeah, it is a very, very tough life. They are quite amazing though. Wild dogs are cooperative breeders, so only a single pair in an entire pack is allowed to breed. The rest of the family is kind of charged with the responsibility of raising these young. It's what we would refer to as an alpha system. So for the babies that do have the chance to survive, they have the very best chance because the entire family is there to look after them. Other family members will feed them, babysit them, help to clean them. It's a phenomenal society. Alrighty, well, our dogs seem to be going fairly flat again. Don't worry, we won't be leaving them anytime soon. For the moment, I think we're going to link back over to Chris at Chitwa Dam to see what he has managed to sniff out there. Hopefully you'll be back with us a little bit later.
It's quite fortunate we've got a crocodile out of the water. Look at that. That is as close as you'll ever get to a crocodile. We're about 7 meters from it. It's not a very big crocodile. It's about just a touch under 2 meters, which is a young crocodile. This is not a big one. You see that face is still very much like a juvenile, very thin beak. He's just sunning himself. At one stage when we arrived, he had his mouth open, pointing into the sun, so the sun heats up the vessels, the blood vessels on the lining of the mouth, and that helps him to heat the rest of the body up. Once the temperature that he requires is achieved, he will just close the mouth and just maintain that temperature by lying and keep lying in the sun. And then before nightfall, it will probably move on back into the water. Good day, Vicky. They can stay out of the water for long periods. Being scaled reptiles, well, they actually have more of a leathery skin rather than hard scales. You know, that skin is, unlike a hippo, is not as sensitive. So, they can stay out of water for days, actually, if they really need to, as long as they can keep themselves cool in severe heat. I've seen crocodiles move long distances from one body of water to another, and this is well researched as well. Day-to-day life, that was just more of an extreme, but day-to-day life, they spent about an hour or so at a time. It all depends on the reason they're out of the water, whether they want to heat up or cool down. Is it a female that's laying eggs? I mean, then she spent a lot of time out of the water guarding the eggs. today, Ian. Ian wants to know how a crocodile will clean themselves. They don't really do it themselves. I mean, they spend most of the time in the water, so, you know, there's no real need for much cleaning. I have seen certain birds, when they have their mouths open like that, egrets and lapwings and so forth, that will come and pick some parasites off in their teeth. But other than that, not much cleaning going on there. Water does it mostly for them. It's almost like you want to go and lie next to that crocodile there, but I won't do it. Anyway, let's head over to Kelly to see how her bumble is going.
Chris, I wouldn't recommend that. I'd say that would be a very bad move to go and lie next to a crocodile. It's been a while since I saw a crocodile, actually, especially I'm not sure how big your crocodile is there, but it's been a while since I saw a crocodile. They always remind me of dinosaurs, so prehistoric, and perfect killing machines. I'm just driving one of these cut lines. There's some beautiful drainage lines that run along the edge of these cut lines, and I'm wondering if it's been a little while since we saw any lions, so I'm just driving these cut lines. We haven't had any reports of any tracks crossing in, but unless you check nicely, it's very difficult to tell. We did see some leopard tracks earlier. We did see some leopard tracks earlier, but they weren't super fresh, and they did actually cross the boundary into another property. So I'm just sitting, listening. These drainage lines, especially because it's quite warm today, would be a great place for lions to settle down and rest for the day. And it's always good to stop and listen to see if we're getting any alarm calls. And like we always say, it is much more likely that your predators will start to move this time of the day. And it's been a little while since we checked these cut lines. We do try and communicate as well as possible if there's been any tracks coming in or coming out of the property. Matt, do we get Springbok in the bush? We do get Springbok in the bush, but not here. They're actually found further north. I've actually spent quite a bit of time in Madikwe, and while Madikwe is Springbok were introduced, it's much more north. We don't get Springbok in the Sabi Sands area. We've got lots of different antelope species, but Springbok are not one of them. Not in this area, not in the Lowveld area. They're very pretty. Obviously, the symbol of the South African rugby team, the Springbok. Beautiful markings, similar size and shape to Impala. But to me, it almost looks like, hey, look, there's a beautiful tail. I actually thought there was a little dwarf mongoose on there. Let me just check and see if there's not. This is a perfect spot for little dwarf mongoose to be sunning themselves. So, sorry, no, we don't get springbok in the low veld. But very, very pretty antelope. So I'm going to carry on checking these cut lines as the sun drops. And maybe we can get lucky and try and find some lion tracks.
Hello, how are you?
We baba, swatike emsabeni. We baba, babansati banhlupha. We baba, abafika endlini yami. Awungathi bangafike ngathithimela. We baba, we baba. How's it was a Friday, my darling. Was a Friday.
This is that one, I don't know if you've seen guys make soap out of the leaves.
Yeah. Hey, my sweetie. Was a Friday.
Guys, have a look at what we've got. This is better than my birthday. Look at that. This is the first time that I ever see cubs this small. This is so special. This has officially just become my best sighting of all times.
Tune into WildEarth every single day. It's in your nature.
The bushhawk feed allows the camera person some creative license. This is my favorite style of shooting. You have to be mentally and physically prepared. You're shooting handheld in some very strange and contorted positions, always with a straight back, often in the squat position, low to the ground. The creativity comes down to the relationship and sync you have with your presenter. The more you understand each other, the more you'll be able to tell the story seamlessly.
So we are back with our snoozing wild dogs, and what a pleasure it is to be spending such quality time with them. I've just been chatting to Johan as to what the organization of this little group might be, what the dynamic might be. Now I'm relatively new to Pridelands. This is only the second day I've actually been here, but chatting to some of the people that are working here and spending longer term amounts of time here, they reckon that these are the only 4 wild dogs that are around. So it would be me guessing, but my estimate is that these individuals are all same-sex members of a family. So what I believe is happening here is these arguably 4 brothers have all separated from a well-existing pack somewhere in this greater Kruger region, broken away, and now they are moving through this environment looking for another pack with females available. Females in an established pack, like these brothers were, may be quite ready to sort of head off and make a go of life on their own as well. So say, for example, another 3 or 4 females from a pack that these guys might be lucky enough to encounter could be encouraged to break away, and that's how a new pack is formed. Again, even though the pack might be 7 or 8 individuals together to start, only 2 are allowed to breed. So the alpha male and the alpha female will have a litter of young, but then the entire pack pitches in and has interest in rearing those youngsters. Biologically, I think, especially from the side of the males, which with many other different species, there can be issues with males killing the young of another male family member's breeding efforts. With wild dogs, his brothers will pitch in. They will look after those young pups. Essentially, they are uncles. They have blood ties to those young. They have every interest in protecting the young, helping to feed the young, cleaning them, babysitting them, because essentially that is their genetic material as well. If they succeed in raising those young, even though they didn't father them, their genes carry on to the next generation. Ultimately, for every living thing out here, the number one goal is to breed successfully in your lifetime and leave behind offspring, achieving the closest thing to immortality. Yusuf, good afternoon, young man. Thank you very much for your question. Wild dogs are very, very good runners. So, over the short distance, a lion is going to be faster. Lions can cover, or lions can achieve, about 80 kilometers per hour, so seriously speedy stuff. Wild dogs, on the other hand, might only get to about 45 kilometers an hour, maybe 50, so a little over half the speed of a lion. But lions can only run fast for very short distances. So yes, lions win over the short distance, but wild dogs, if they get a little bit of a head start, will cover much greater distances, often outrunning bigger predators, faster predators. Thank you, Yusuf. Brilliant to have you asking questions. Michael, you've asked in terms of the lifespan of wild dogs. In captivity, a wild dog might expect to live something like 15 or 16 years, arguably a similar lifespan to a smaller domestic dog. However, life in the wild is extremely trying. Wild dogs in the wild might only get somewhere between 6 and 12 years old. Yeah, you have to think that as all of us will eventually get old, we start to slow down, we have sore joints, our hearing goes down, our eyesight is not so good. Animals experience the same thing. Towards the end of their lives, those sort of disadvantages could mean the difference between life and death. Having said all that, wild dogs are reputable when it comes to looking after the old, the sick, the injured in their societies. I have known wild dogs to break legs like catastrophic damage, a leg that is never going to come right. But provided that animal can still get up and limp forward, even though the pack leaves it behind, the pack has got to carry on and hunt. If that animal can make some progress, if it can move at all, the pack will successfully hunt every single day and return to regurgitate food for a sick individual. So that dog with the broken leg lived for years, even with that spectacular, catastrophic break. The family still kept it going. So they really are a team, probably the best example of a team in this environment. Yeah, they are just so special. I get really, really excited viewing wild dogs. A major hit.
does.
Nothing beats sitting around a campfire at night whilst on safari, listening to the calls of the wild and chatting to your guide. If you sign up to be a WildEarth explorer, then you can enjoy this from the comfort of your home. Imagine hearing bush stories from your favorite WildEarth guide and reliving their highs and lows of a life spent in the wild. Every month, WildEarth explorers will be treated to an exclusive fireside chat, special occasions, hot topics, and deep dives into the WildEarth characters.
Everything else is just welling up inside of you out in nature. You know, some people think I'm weird, but I have an absolute joy. I have a good time.
No, I enjoyed myself thoroughly today.
WildEarth explorers, it's in your nature. Cape Nature is the chief custodian of the Western Cape of South Africa's natural environment. This highly successful organization strives to conserve the province's natural heritage to ensure a sustainable future. Besides nurturing nature, Cape Nature offers an authentic ecotourism experience to local and international visitors. And one of these experiences is walking amongst the penguins at Stony Point, or as we know it, Penguin Beach. WildEarth broadcasts live from here every day and is very privileged to be partnered with Cape Nature, who have focused their conservation efforts here. If you want to visit these iconic black and white African penguins for yourself, then head over to our website to find out more. Cape Nature. Conserve, explore, experience.
This warthog is in big trouble. He's got elephants all around. What are you going to do there, big guy? What are you going to do? Oh, he's pretty brave though. Oh man, he's not even moving. Look, that elephant is trying his best, but that warthog ain't budging. That's madness. That's so funny. And we have a winner. The warthog wins the standoff.
Expect the
So as I was saying, checking these cut lines looking for lions, what a stroke of luck we've had. I can't see any other animals here, and I haven't even seen this girl's face. So I just want to have a quick shot. I can't see ears, I can't see whiskers, I can't see anything. So if anyone out there can ID this lioness from what we've got on the screen, then please, I'm all ears. Otherwise, what I think we're going to do is, well, maybe we're very close to the dams. You can just hear it, very distracting cuckoo calling there. We're very close to the dam, so what I think I'll do is I'll have a quick check around these water points and see if there's no other lions in this area. I'm not prepared to A, walk in here, and B, I also don't want to drive through here. This grass is so long. The only reason we spotted this lioness is because the grass is sort of flat and she's literally right next to the road. So I wouldn't want to risk driving around in here just in case there are more lions and I don't see them. The last thing I want to do is upset anyone. So I think that the dams are literally maybe 100 meters through there, so I'm going to have a drive around maybe both of the dams. But if anyone could please give me an ID on this lioness, it would be fantastic. I've had no facial shots. She looks like a big adult. Odie did say something about a fluffy chin. Thank you, Daisy. It's very much, you just have to take it slow, take your time sometimes. And sometimes checking these cut lines or trying to get into the heads of these animals does help. But often close to water, start at dams and work your way out. But Odie, did you say something about a fluffy chin?
She's got a very fluffy.
Is it?
Possibly.
Odie said she has got quite a fluffy chin, if that helps with anyone to ID. But yeah, it's very difficult from this angle. At the moment, it's just a very large lioness asleep in the grass. So I'm gonna carry on. Yeah, possibly hello, but I can't see enough. Chela. Chela fluffy chin. Is that an officially fluffy chin or just a slightly fluffy chin? I've got nothing to gauge it from. So we'll stay in this area where we're not too far from where Maribs was seen this morning. So I'm going to spend the rest of the afternoon figure-of-eighting around these dams, and hopefully, if this girl does start moving a little bit later on, we might be able to get an ID on her. But I'm not prepared to take a chance of certainly not walking in here and not driving either. She's perfectly happy next to the road. It fascinates me that these animals are so relaxed with these vehicles so close by. And just geeking a bit here. This funny looking plant that's just sort of across her back end. I actually worked out the other day it was one of the Sesbanias with these little yellow flowers. Oh, there we go. Lions and plants. That's when you know when you're a geek, when you focus on the flower in front of the lion. But I'm going to carry on. I'm going to check these dams. And yeah, I'm certainly going to stay in this area for the afternoon. Thank you, girl, for being so close to the road, or we never would have found you. They're losing my signal. Oh, there's a car behind us. Oh, there we go, we've got a facial shot. I'm going right now. Did you get her there? So we're going to go over to Chris and see what he's found there on Chitwa.
I mentioned it a couple of days ago that we haven't seen some big kudu bulls yet, and here we go. There's 3 of them. So I actually hope my dad is watching. He will certainly enjoy this. It's his favorite, big kudu bulls like this. He always tells me that when I'm home, and you're like, oh no, all you guides, you say the lion is the king of the bushveld. And he says, in his opinion, this is the king of the bushveld. Look at that. As you can see, there are browsers. And this is a perfect example. They eat leaves. And this one specifically eating that what appears to be a, what is that, a bush swallow. Or not, can't really see from here. Large-fruited bush swallow. Can't see. Anyway, it's leaves. And this is also the largest antelope found here in this part of the Sabi Sand. The only 2 antelope in the region that will outweigh it will be the roan antelope, and then obviously the largest being eland, both which we don't really see in this part. They do occur in other parts of the greater Kruger, but very seldom, if ever, seen here. So that will make kudu the largest of the antelope in this immediate area. 3rd largest overall in Southern Africa. And some of these big bulls can weigh over 400 pounds. Hi, Moses. Wants to know how strong the horns are. No, it's very strong. I mean, it's got a bone core. So what do you see there is just the outer keratin cap that's on top of it. But the core or center of it is actual porous bone. So it's extremely strong. They do break at times when they fight each other. I have seen a number of them with broken horns, but it will take substantial force to break those. And that just brings me to just a couple of theories with regards to horns versus antlers. Obviously the deer and deer-like creatures, elk, moose, caribou, deer, all of which we don't really find naturally in Southern Africa, or in sub-Saharan Africa, that is. The only deer in Africa is red deer, which you find along the Mediterranean coast in North Africa, the Barbary red deer. Anyway, so they have antlers, obviously, which is a very porous bone, without that outer keratin cap, and they grow a new pair every year, whereas antelope bovets, which includes antelope, cows, sheep, goats, cattle, ox, bison, buffalo, those things, their horns being this sort of hollow keratin tube filled with bone on the inside. So it's a more permanent structure which slowly grows throughout the life. So it's a much more hardened and much sort of a stronger structure than that of deer. So if it takes a lot more force to break, but the handicap there is if it breaks, it will never grow back. Whereas with a deer, if it breaks next year, he'll grow a full new set. So there's advantages and disadvantages to both sort of horn/antler systems. I can't believe it, this animal weighing well over 450 pounds can clear a 2-meter fence from standstill. It's the champion high jumper in the bush. Between them, eland and waterbuck, they can jump even a 2-meter fence. That's one of the reasons why kudu is still very successful in South Africa as a species. They occur in good numbers wherever they occur. Their range has even expanded somewhat from the historical range, and that's just got to do with agriculture, where habitat was almost created for them. People brought water in the form of wells to areas where there previously weren't water, and kudus are relatively water dependent. And coupled with the ability to jump fences, as well as another capability to utilize a wide variety of trees in terms of food. Very adaptable creatures. And also with their secretive habits, if they are pursued. You know, they're called the grey ghosts of the bush, because if they don't want to be seen, they can disappear very, very quickly. While also often falling prey to wild dogs, often targets them. And well, on that note, let's head over to Liam to see how his wild dogs are in fact doing.
So our wild dogs are not in any particular hurry to go anywhere by the looks of things, but we are not complaining. What a tremendous privilege it has been to spend the better part of the last hour sat with these apex predators. Yeah, we really are grateful that they have shown themselves so nicely and allowed us to come so close. A real privilege, considering that they could have just shot off on a hunt and we could have lost them 55 minutes ago. We do occasionally get a nice head up just to check us out, make sure we're staying where we belong, and to make sure no other danger has snuck up on them. Things like wild dog and cheetah in particular have to be very, very vigilant for more dominant predators like lion, like leopard, like hyena, which will come in and potentially try and drive them out. I mentioned earlier that there are a lot of conservationists that work with these dogs to try and kind of expand their ranges and mix up the genetic variation to keep their populations healthy. Thank you, Kim. Thank you very much for that comment. Their color combinations are absolutely stunning. All of those tawnies and blacks and whites, really stunning. And as I mentioned a little earlier, totally unique to the individual. Those marks will never change. Yes, as I was saying, so we have a lot of these scientists involved in trying to expand the ranges of these wild dogs, in particular capturing small groups of them and shipping them off to other corners of the country, to other reserves in almost exchange programs. Now, I'd like to tell you a very short story about our local wildlife vet in this Hoedspruit town. An extremely skilled wildlife professional. Now, he was tasked a number of months ago, it was probably over 2 years ago actually, in capturing a group of wild dogs. I believe it was 6. So he went out into one of these reserves in the greater Kruger, tranquilized these 6 wild dogs. Phenomenal, all good. They had a little single-engine Cessna bush plane standing by. They loaded these now tranquilized, heavily drugged wild dogs into the back of this plane, flying them halfway across the country to another reserve. So everything is quite strictly controlled. You've got to monitor them. They can't be on the drug too long. The drugs are very, very volatile, very dangerous. Anyway, they're about halfway between point A and point B, their final destination, and the little bush plane that they're traveling in has an engine failure. And the pilot has to land it on a road. They end up hitting a telephone pole with the wing, absolutely destroying the plane. Thankfully, nobody's hurt, but now the wildlife vet, a guy by the name of Joel, and his pilot and their 6 wild dogs are sat next to the side of the road in a place like Johannesburg. And obviously these dogs cannot be kept asleep the entire time. So they really didn't know what they were going to do. Where are they possibly going to wake these dogs up? When an angel in disguise came past, another person who owned a plane said, no, you're welcome to use mine. They loaded these dogs in the plane and finished the journey successfully. And the wild dogs woke up something like 11 hours later, not even in the knowledge that they had survived a plane crash, let alone 2 separate plane trips. An interesting story, but it just goes to show the extent that these incredible, dedicated conservationists are having to go to conserve endangered species like the wild dog. Not only the wild dog, many, many, many other species. But yeah, we have a huge responsibility to conserve and protect. And that role is becoming more and more critical as our global population grows. There simply isn't space for all of us.
At WildEarth, our explorers are treated to a weekly newsletter, bursting with fascinating features and never-seen-before snippets. Recently, we have added some brand new sections which we think you will love. Find out what happens behind the scenes with our crew when they are not live on WildEarth. Have a giggle at our moments of the week from both Safari and Penguin Beach. And Ranger Steph answers your questions with fascinating and in-depth explanations as to the whys and hows of nature.
20 yards away from one of the most endangered species.
All of this and more delivered to your inbox every week. So what are you waiting for? Head over to our website, sign up to be an explorer, and join the adventure. WildEarth Explorers, it's in your nature. Wildlife trafficking remains a growing problem in South Africa, and often made worse by the way the media portray this complex issue. WESA, the Wildlife and Environment Society of South Africa, in partnership with WWF South Africa and supported by USAID, have recently embarked on a program whereby they train reporters to better tell stories of wildlife trafficking.
In my community, wildlife conservation is mostly something other people do, and I would like to change that. My name is Iman Singli. I told people I met that the pangolin is one of the most trafficked animals on the planet. But what is a pangolin, they said? Why is it in danger? This is what made me decide that the pangolin story must be told. If we are to play a part in preventing the extinction of this animal, then we must all be part of the battle.
A partnership between WWF South Africa and WESA, supported by USAID.
This is incredible. Looks like vivid monkeys do sometimes go for swims. I heard something splash, but we couldn't see what it was in the long grass. Now I just saw that thing swimming there. This is incredible. I hope it gets to the bank. There are crocodiles in this dam. And it looks like, you see that monkey climb up into the tree? Wow.
Expect the unexpected here on WildEarth daily.
I am so jealous Liam's there with wild dogs. It's been a long time since I saw wild dogs. In the meantime, I've just popped into the Djuma den site, and I'm definitely going to leave it up to you this afternoon to ID this hyena safely snoozing here. I'm actually much lower down than Odie is on camera, and I can barely see. I can just see the top of this hyena's head. So please send your answers. I'm not going to guess anymore with any of these IDs. We haven't seen anyone else here. We've been sitting here for 5 or 10 minutes. I haven't seen any activity. It's still fairly warm, but like I said, I am going to stay in this area this afternoon. I want to pop up a beautiful face. I'm not even going to guess. I'm going to head across to Treehouse Dam. I think that's where young Marips was this morning. I think he did cross out of the property, but the way he was playing this morning, it wouldn't surprise me at all if he came back. He was having so much fun there this morning. It wouldn't surprise me if he came back for more fun and games this afternoon. So I just wanted to come here. I'm also desperate to see this little young hyena boy. Thank you so much. I'm glad I have corkies. So that's a surety that this little one must be in here just behind Mum. So I think I'm just going to figure around these dams. I want to keep an eye on what this Lioness is doing. Still not too sure who that was. Yvonne, do hyenas and wild dogs get along? No. That is a strong negative. They do not. I've seen many, well, not many, maybe 10, 12 interactions between wild dogs and hyena, and they have never been friendly or companionable. They're both carnivores. Most of these carnivores, unlike the herbivores, so your plant-based feeders who happily share. There's very few carnivores that will do the same. Often, Liam's wild dogs, if they make a kill, they're quite vocal when they do kill. Whatever they're killing normally makes a very loud dying sound because of the technique they use to kill, which often attracts hyenas, and there's regular standoffs between wild dogs and hyena. Both exist in numbers or groups, and while it is possible to see hyenas on their own, if there's sounds of a kill, they will often gather numbers by vocalizing, and I think I've seen 10 wild dogs versus 4 hyenas, and there's normally a huge scuffle. The wild dogs, depending on the numbers, I mean, hyenas are maybe twice the size of a African wild dog. What have we got happening here? Let's just have a little look. Hello, girlie. So no, wild dogs and hyenas do not get along at all. Hello, big girl. You can very much see she's suckling there. Her mammary glands, those 2 teats between, those mammary glands between her back legs are swollen with milk. Michael, I'm so happy you said that. This hyena is so cute. I'm glad you think that. This is, are you going to show us your baby, Corky? No. I'm so glad you think she's cute. They've got very close social structures, and I agree, they are very cute. They get a bad press. Between Liam's beautiful wild dogs and his stunning hyena, I think both species are sorely misunderstood. So Michael, thank you for your comment, and yes, she is indeed very cute. I'm just trying to hear, is that she's talking? Let's see if this girl's going to bring this baby out. It looks like she's... Oh. She was just vocalizing there, but I think what she's done, she's reversed into that hole so that cub can come and suckle, but without coming out. And she's a very clever girl, because that cub could be latched on right now and we wouldn't be able to see it. Does she care? No. Not even slightly. I think that cub is probably feeding right now, but we just can't get a shot. And that's her objective. That's Corky's objective. If she doesn't want to show us her baby just yet, then that is her objective. You do what you want, new mum. I'm sure that low vocalization was to say, okay, it's time for snacks. And she just stood, she stretched, and she reversed her back into that hole. And that's her objective. Yes, it is. Michael, you're right. How cute. How cute is this Corky? And Hyena Boy, thank you so much for your help with IDing this new mum. I think I'm going to pop down to the other dam, and then we'll maybe start cruising around here to see what else turns up.
Welcome to And Beyond Ngala Private Game Reserve. where the magic of Africa comes alive. We are privileged to once again include this magnificent reserve and its array of animals to your screens in our daily live safaris.
On a live drive here in the African wild.
To celebrate, we are offering an unforgettable 3-night stay for 2 at and beyond Ngala Safari Lodge for one of our lucky explorers. Tucked under a canopy of mopani and tambuti trees, Ngala Safari Lodge offers a variety of activities such as twice daily game drives, intimate wildlife encounters, eye-opening bushwalks and much more. Sign up to be a WildEarth explorer before the 15th of March and you will be entered into the draw. WildEarth Explorers. It's in your nature. Birdlife South Africa, our country's only dedicated bird conservation organization. They have been very successful in a number of areas, including the conservation of more than 150,000 hectares of grasslands and estuary habitat, saving thousands of albatrosses in trawl and longline fishing, and training community bird guides as ambassadors for nature in rural areas. Celebrating their official 25th anniversary, they are sharing 25 of their top success stories across their social media platforms. BirdLife South Africa is currently striving towards the conservation of 132 bird species that are heading for extinction. If we conserve birds, we will protect other biodiversity and important habitats that provide clean water and clean air for humans. Their work is forever ongoing. People who love birds can become a member of BirdLife South Africa or make a donation towards a bird conservation project.
It's a legless skink, but I'm trying to identify this snake that's come out. Oh, no ways. It's decided to leave. Go off the road, making way for it, and then we'll carry on.
Welcome back. We just look at the Egyptian geese and the Impala. Look like they are really trusting one another. The Egyptian geese, it really rising at the moment. It's one of the species that eat grass and seeds at the same time. It's really interesting to see the geese doing that. In most cases, you might think the geese might be specializing with anything inside water, as far as small fish and others. But in many occasions, you get to see these species really eating grass. It's one of the species, of course, that if you want to compare the way they live in water, you might really decide or think this one might be really one of the the one that eat fish. Of course, in company with this Impala, every time I just follow up and see he's always very close to the Impala. It could be because of safety, you never know. All the time, the leopards in the area can hide very well, and Egyptian geese can be more vulnerable from leopard, of course. So the Impala, it seems like it giving more confidence of this Egyptian geese to be in the area. And also the grass is very low. It's not easy for a leopard to get close, unless if you travel along to the opposite side of the drainage line and ambush very close to the mainstream of the drainage line where we cannot able to see also with the camera. But I can see that it's more trust from Egyptian geese to the Impala. Unfortunately, you can see well behind the bushes. Look like the Impala defecated. They have so-called midden. They utilize the same spot when it comes to defecation, urination, is how they actually communicate. They communicate through dung, they communicate through the urine. Urine holds the status of individual, also the dung do so. If any male comes to the particular point, he's going to defecate. How it actually works is how they keep the rank of different males into the society of bachelor boys. Impala, they compete themselves. The same species of same gender, they really fight a lot. And actually, it's not just because it's not needed, it's all about mating rights. And also, who has a strong gene to pass on into the next generation, he has to compete for that. As raising myself, I don't believe when it comes to species that are territorial at the same time monogamous. You cannot enter into the competition of being a territorial while you're monogamous species. In nature, it doesn't really work together. Monogamous has to be separated by choice, and territorial has to be by a must. You have to fight, you have to make sure that you are strong in order to really, once you come to mating, you have to pass the healthy gene. There's only Impala in the waterhole for afternoon. I believe maybe later on might be something come in towards the water. As far as the elephant, maybe leopard. Mark wants to know which animal is more active in the bush. The one that passes in the bush, they will be taken out of the system. So all animals from small to big, they are very active in the bush. If you look at scrubbeards, also active, Springbok, all of them, they are so much active. But again, if you want to select the species that are more successful, active, hunting, and all that, wild dogs. Liam this afternoon had the wild dogs. If wild dogs need to move and get more active out in the bush, you would never follow them. A minute, they might go far as 1 kilometer if they really want to. So they're very much proactive and successful at the same time. I respect the movement of wild dogs and actually how quickly once they need to move from one part to another, more especially if hunting is involved. I believe I might answer the question according to the information that I have been given through. I believe it's only one species that is more active, but down in the line, all of them are active, and I believe that if they're not, they will be taken. They will get hunted easily. But when it comes to hunting and moving a lot in the area, yes, wild dogs. Look at the oxpecker having a free ride here, and it looked like he's really enjoying to be back off the Impala, and the Impala doesn't have problem at all. Is how actually it works. They have a very good symbiotic relationship, culture mutualism, symbiotic relationship. Both of them, they benefit from one another. But it's not all the case that oxpecker is always with the Impala just because they need ticks. A lovely question. Impala at night doesn't hide. They stay in an open where they can able to see anything that comes towards them. If they do hide, they will be surprised by lions and leopards because they're good at night. So these guys, they come into the open space and really face anything that might be coming into that area where they might be overnighting. They will choose an area, of course, like a quarantine where it's really open, but sometimes quarantine at the moment, you see the grass is very tall. So it can be a leopard at any time there. But they rely on areas like that. There's in some of the areas in the reserve, but this time they start to mow grasses in order for the Impala to move in those areas. The more the Impala move in, the more they attract more species as far as lions, cheetah, wildebeest, and leopard. So it is more important that the Impala gets into the open because they will be easily get taken away. They can use area like this where it's more like grass, very flat, and they can be overnight. Let's see what Chris is up to.
coming back to an earlier story, I think it was Liam, about the wild dogs. I once saw a fight between a clan of hyenas and a group of dogs, and this was a rather intense fight, I must say. And the one hyena got hold of the hind leg of one of the wild dogs, and it literally bit the leg off, like right here below the bend. It was snapped off, gone, leg. Very graphic sighting. I cannot recall what happened to this particular wild dog, whether it survived or not. This was a long time ago, early in my guiding career, so somewhere around 2002-ish. So I can't actually remember what happened, what the outcome was, whether the wild dog survived, but I can quite remember that day it literally bit that leg right here, and it was gone. So that was quite an intense wild dog story. Right, so currently I'm just checking our eastern boundary. I'm going to go all the way north, check Buffelshoek Dam perhaps. There's not something there. And then we'll just, again, sort of just crisscross through Djuma, see if anything comes up. I had a fantastic time at Chitwa Dam. Beautiful crocodile and the hippos and so forth. But other than that, it's relatively quiet there. Even their own guides, I passed one or two of them and they said, it's relatively quiet. So I decided to come back to Djuma and sort of just drive our own property a little bit and see if we can't scratch something open. Their lane, yeah. It's not the only fight I've seen between wild dogs and hyenas. Often, at each other's necks, but that particular fight was quite intense and quite vivid. Shame. I don't know what happened to that poor wild dog. But the dogs gave the hyenas a pretty decent run for their money. Again, I cannot recall who won the fight eventually. Checking the boundary, just if there's anything from Torchwood's side. It's always a good idea because we don't really know what's happening here. So we don't know. Guys have been driving here, but you don't know. You drive through here, 10 minutes later, a leopard can walk past and you would not know. I can see the tracks, then I will know. This stage, only elephants. Got a lot of elephants moving in and out all over the road. Craig and I were actually chatting earlier about the sunset. And we're not entirely sure what the cloud cover will do. So if there's an opportunity, we'll try and set up a sunset, but I see there's a thick cloud bank in the west, so the sun's gonna disappear behind it. Well, it pretty much already did. Not really gonna have much of a sunset in a true sense, but let's see how it unfolds. Maybe there's some lovely colors that we can look at. there, Josh. Josh wants to know if animals get affected by a full moon. Josh, definitely, absolutely. I found that a number of things will not move in the full moon because the risk of predation is much higher. So you'll find full moon, certain things will, Impala, Kudu, those type of prey animals might move into open areas and they'll just remain there and not be active. Full moon does sort of help certain creatures, you know. I've even seen things like cheetah and wild dog, even though they're both daytime hunters, but they will, for instance, at times hunt in full moon. Some creatures are more active in full moon compared to a dark moon. So it's about equal. Some animals benefit from a full moon and some not. So, I'll tell you one thing that I like to do when it's a full moon, when it's right above, when you're out and you encounter a herd of elephants, you switch off all your lights, especially when they're close to you. You can pick out every single elephant. On a good full moon night when it's overhead, if you still have good 20/20 eyesight, you'll probably be able to read off a book. That's how bright the moon gets here. So once your eyes have adapted to the darkness on a full moon night, you can actually sit in darkness with a herd of elephants, and it's a phenomenal experience. I remember when I still used to do horseback guiding, we used to do full moon night rides with the horses. That is amazing. That is just an incredible experience.
Ngala. That's my boy.
It couldn't be a better morning. This is just too special.
Wow, what a way to start off.
Bright colors, and it attracts the insect to the flower, which is exactly what we're watching right now. This is so exciting. There's two. Hello, Mama. It's all good. Hi. Hi.
The smallest baby black-backed jackal I have seen in the wild. Look how full the belly is.
It is so incredible to spend this time so close to an African penguin. They just make me feel alive.
That is incredibly sweet. Grooming each other.
Play is vital. This is how they learn. This is how they would tackle prey. There you go, there you go. There you go, there you go. Heart is pumping right now.
Look at this, everybody. We got a live kill. There's nowhere to go.
It's just such an incredible privilege to be out here. It just keeps on delivering.
Live.
There she goes. Going for the youngster. She got it.
That's what I'm talking about.
Look at that.
It is insanely good footage.
Dam quickly. I know that is where Maurice was left earlier, and they said he crossed over this cut line. But I did actually speak with Rexon, and Rexon thinks he might come back to this little pan system here. So I'm gonna go and check around these two pans again, these little pans, to make sure he isn't fooling around there, and then we'll maybe head back towards where we left this lioness. I'm hoping that there's other members of her pride, or there's more lions in the area, and when it cools down, maybe they will start to show themselves, start to get a little bit more active as the temperatures drop. Never know who's going to be coming to drink this time of day. It's such a lovely time of year with these little seasonal pans here. They will dry up in the next couple of months. These little seasonal pans will be gone, but they're great for wallowing, buffalo, elephant even. I think it was maybe one of these this morning. Marips was dipping his toe in. And knowing him, he's a playful, full of energy. I know this morning he was chasing squirrels and all sorts. It wouldn't surprise me if he's come back for some cheeky evening shenanigans. I'm going to carry on making my way towards Treehouse Dam. Susan, how about some honey badger luck? Indeed. Yeah, please send me honey badger vibes. That's still, I think that's probably my favorite ever honey badger sighting. It wasn't for long, but it was just the shock of that guy turning up in my binoculars in front of me on the road. I'm just gonna take this little 2-track here to this pan, have a quick scout around. But yeah, Susan, send me your honey badger vibes 100%. Quick check with the binoculars. There could be a leopard pretty much anywhere here. I can hear European beat as far in the background. Car. Crystal, do we have cheetah in the Sabi Sands? Yes, we do, but we don't see them too often. You can see how thick this is. Technically, cheetah do prefer more open grasslands, more open plains. If not plains, then not quite as thick as here. I think they have been seen once or twice on Djuma in the last couple of months. but they're not common, as I'm sure you've all worked out now. We're much more likely to see leopards, who are your stalker hunters. Whereas your cheetah, they will sort of sneak up a bit. They will try and stalk as close to their prey as they can. But they're more speed. They're speed specialists, whereas leopard are your stalk specialists. So cheetah do sometimes pass through here. I used to work in a concession in the south of the Sabi Sands, and I think in 3.5 years of driving full-time, I think I saw cheetah 4 times in 3.5 years. So they're here in the Sabi Sands, but not common, and we don't see them often. Beautiful cats though. Very slim, very streamlined. But if you want to see cheetah, Sabi Sands is probably, well, certainly the concessions I've worked in. I'm not sure about all the other concessions, but the thicker concessions are not ideal for cheetah. Okay, I can't hear any alarms, any birds alarming, so I'm going to back out of here. It's nice being on these short vehicles. Dark mane lover. I agree 100%. I've only seen could you all tell me when you last saw pangolin here? I've seen pangolin twice ever. I've missed many. Either I've just gone on leave, or I haven't been able to get to the sighting because I've been too far away. They used to sometimes, on occasion, appear in Madikwe, and Madikwe is a big reserve, and it was just impossible to get to them. 3 times a pangolin has been called in on the radio the day I went on leave. So yes, I would 100% love to see a pangolin, but it's tricky enough to see elephants in this grass this time of year. But I would, if pangolin, ultimate goal, especially so close to World Pangolin Day, which I think was a couple of days ago. So I'm going to go back to the dam. I'm going to see if there's been any activity with this lioness and see who else we can find.
Do you dream of traveling to a far-flung wilderness location where life continues as normal? A place where you can escape to nature and breathe. If you become a WildEarth explorer, then this could soon become a reality. Subscribe today and stand a chance to win regular travel prizes. WildEarth Explorers, it's in your nature. For those of you who love to join us on safari here on WildEarth, we have some news.
This is incredibly exciting.
The team have trawled through the archives and found the very best of safari life from over the years.
Come and disperse the...
With locations such as the Masai Mara in Kenya.
You can see how close he is from where I am.
Swalu in the Kalahari.
It is absolutely incredible.
And of course, Pinda and Ngala, right here on our doorstep.
Listen.
We have hours of great entertainment that is now playing on our channel. Catch up with guides from the past, and of course your favorite animal characters.
It's happening. I've never seen this before.
The best of Safari Live will be broadcast on WildEarth channel daily, so jump on board and join us down memory lane. Times for this brand new series are on our website.
The thing I love about Ras is that she's taking good care of us. She gets us to sightings, like we drive over big blocks.
The most memorable experience with Wendy was 2 nights ago. In fact, last night. when I had a flat tire right in the middle of a herd of 400 buffalo and had to change it right there and then. That was by far my most memorable experience with this trusty old girl.
The only tough experience on Rusty would be to forget to charge her.
Well, she's only broken down with me once, and it was basically just a loose steering rod that we fixed in the field.
We use big batteries to power up everything, so if it happens that you don't charge it, she'll die on you, eh?
Since then, she's treated me very well. She's taken me into a number of sightings, and it just seems to keep going.
It really has cooled down nicely this afternoon. Ozzy and I were just saying there was promise of it being scorching this afternoon, but this is very pleasant. Very pleasant afternoon. I'm just keeping half an ear on this radio. I want to try and check and see if there's no sign of any other lions in this area with this female that we saw earlier. When did I become a guide? It was kind of an accident, if I'm honest. I started later in life than lots of people here. I did my basic guide training in 2011, so 10 years ago, and then I returned in 2012 to complete my walking training, and then I moved here in 2012. And it just sort of spiraled from there, really. I've been working pretty much, not as a full-time guide. I guided full-time for 3 years, and then I spent a year in management, and then I guided for another 3.5 years. And then 2019, I came away from full-time guiding and started doing some guide training and also some freelance guiding, because it gives us a really nice opportunity to see different areas and do different things like this, which is completely different from what I'm used to, but very exciting. So yeah, I did my training about 10 years ago, and I've never looked back. I'm going to continue circling these areas, and we're going to head back over to Rexon, who's with Damcam.
Welcome back from Kelly. We are right at the waterhole at the moment. Nothing that's coming nearby. All the Impala, I've seen them. They've moved far to the south of the waterhole. I really have looked like something, but I doubt. All have further more south. I believe anything in the north, it might be a scent of let me see here. Yeah, let me see there. No, oh no, yeah, it's beautiful looking. Let me try to tune it in. I've looked like doesn't focus. Let me see if I can do this. Yes, woodland kingfisher in a very close range is losing a lot, out of focus. But I keep on trying. One of the beautiful species, of course, in the area. The dam is very, very dry today. All the species look like they're moving far away. The Impala have stayed here for a longer period. I believe as they're moving to the south, maybe they are in wind. The wind is blowing to the north. Anything to the north, it could be big animals, as far as elephant coming down towards the waterhole. But most of cases, the animal, they're really opposite the wind, because it's so much dangerous if you go where the wind is heading, because you might get to be sighted by, or get your sight before you get to see the lions and leopard. So you may get hunted very easily. So anything from where I'm showing, there could be elephant that might come in the area, or the animal are heading south opposite way. And it's really getting a little bit low light. Let's see and link back to Chris and see what he's up to.
No, the light is getting low, and it's every night now getting dark a couple of minutes earlier and earlier and earlier, because obviously we are past the summer solstice, so therefore our nights are becoming longer. We slowly but surely going to head into our autumn. We're still very much late summer. It's March. It's sort of like that late summer, very early, autumn. I would say not. April is probably when we start our autumn, But we still have hot days, still can get rain. And then I would say from May onwards, we start to sort of like have winter, really. And that's one of my favorite times. I love the winter in the bush. It's just temperatures are so much milder. At times it will be cold, but game viewing increases. We start seeing herds of buffalo coming into the area. Especially as some of the smaller waterholes start drying up, the bigger waterholes become a bit more productive. Start seeing more and more leopard and lion moving in daytime. It's just a lovely time. Yes. A lot of the other things will disappear. The grasses turns yellow, the trees will start dropping their leaves, the migratory birds will return to where they came from, whether it be other parts of Africa or even Europe and Asia. But overall, I love the winters. But it's still some time before we're there. We're still essentially in our late summer. But you can feel the evenings are definitely cooling down, as opposed to midsummer where it just stays hot until 2-3 in the morning. Heather, and you want to know if a tiger would survive in Africa. I've discussed this at length with a lot of people, and I think they would have. I think if they ever occurred here, they would have. The question is, would things like lions not perhaps outcompete them? Don't know. Often asked, why is there no tigers in Africa? Well, the theory that I'm quoting is that they evolved after the Gondwanaland split up. All right, so whereas lions were before that, as far as I understand, or you know, so the Middle Eastern desert areas eventually later was a very efficient barrier for them not to cross into Africa. Whereas lions could move over deserts, remember that? So there were a good flow of genetics between the Asian and the African lion populations. So lions could breach those areas and as a species move over it, whereas tigers need surface water. You know, they are adapted to live in these type of conditions. But in theory, let's say we could put a tiger here, I think it will survive. I don't think it won't be able to survive. I think it's more a matter of how will it compete with lions. But then again, there's areas in Asia where they did occur in the same region. I mean, there is still a population of Asiatic lions left in the Giraffe National Park in India, about 400 individuals. And I'm sure in parts of Asia where lions also occurred, must have occurred partially in areas or overlapping with areas where tigers occurred. So the competition thing is not necessarily the issue, but I'm just thinking, yeah, it's one of those we can only wonder. It's on my bucket list to see a tiger in the wild. That's something I would really like to do. I really would like to see a tiger. I've seen one in a zoo, and that doesn't count. That really doesn't count. And very soon we're going to be going over to our infrared. Still have a bit of lights, ambient light left. There, Waikisha. She says nature is so amazing and she believes animals can survive anywhere. Yeah, that is true to an extent. I think rather look at it that each creature is perfectly adapted for its environment. And some creatures just have a wider tolerance for a wider range of habitats and environments. And some creatures are a bit more habitat sensitive and only found in certain habitats. It's called the ecological niche or spatial niche. Such a lovely afternoon in the bush. Temperature earlier was rather windy, but now it's just nice and cool. It's so nice just driving around, even if there's not an animal around. Hi, Crystal. Sorry, I think if you could just repeat that question for me. I just caught a bit of it, but it sounds like you want to know how does your mountain lion differ genetically from our lion in Africa, if that is correct. Okay, mountain lions. Since my question, I got it right there. So how far are mountain lions genetically different to African lions? All right. This is going to shock you somewhat if I give you the answer. All right, so mountain lion found in the North American continent, parts of the Central American area, obviously also called cougars. Mountain lion, and then obviously the African lion. All right, so both cats, obviously, both large cats, but mountain lions, cougars, from the Americas, also called pumas, scientific name Puma concala, are actually genetically close relatives of cheetah rather than actual lions. They are a very close relative of cheetah, or closer related to cheetah. For instance, they cannot roar in the same way that the big cats, the Panthera cats, can do. So they're not in that genus. They're in their own genus, Puma, but they are genetically closer to cheetah than they would be to lions. Big cats. I mean, they're bigger than our leopards. Big cat. Talking about the Panthera cats, so all the large cats that are able to roar are placed in the genus Panthera. And those would be lion, leopard, tiger, jaguar, snow leopard, those 5. Well, let's head over to Kelly and see what she's up to.
Panthera, indeed, Chris. Panthera Leo, in fact. And this girl just stood up a few seconds ago. I'm just going to wait. Sorry you haven't got a facial image of her, but I want to see which way she wants to go. And she's going to lay back down again. She got up quite quickly. She yawned and then she stood up. So I'm just going to spend a little bit of time listening. I'm hoping the dam's right here. I'm hoping she's maybe going to contact call, because it's quite unusual. It's not impossible. It's fairly unusual to find a lioness on her own. If I go, there is a little mitre drain there, but if I go on the other side, the grass is insanely long and we won't be able to see her at all. So I'm going to just wait here. I thought she was going to get up and go to the dam then. But now she's having a groom. Oh, she's licking those paws. She's a big lioness. Actually, she looks good. Oh, her big strong shoulders. And I want to stay with her now for a little while. I'm hoping she's going to maybe contact call. Or maybe go for a drink. We're going to hang around and see what happens next.
When on safari, there's nothing better than an evening spent under the stars chatting around a fire, with the sounds of the wild all around you. If you sign up to be a WildEarth explorer, you can build your own memories by joining our guides for regular fireside chats. Subscription payments can be made by PayPal, credit card, and now bank transfer. WildEarth Explorers, it's in your nature.
It has been a wonderful privilege to identify one of our key characters here at Penguin Beach, Pepper, with a very, very distinct facial patterning, as the name would suggest, very peppered and speckled belly. I'm really looking forward to seeing what this penguin does over the next few days and months. Because of those unique markings, it's going to be really, really cool to watch it as it moves around the penguin colony here at Stony Point.
Right, so Marips has found himself a puff adder that he's busy playing with, which is dangerous. I've seen leopards die from puff adder bites. I think he got hit on the paw. So he's obviously taken snakes on before. But at what cost, Marips?
I've been a guide for just over 20 years. Started my career in the lowveld of South Africa, and it's become full circle, and I'm back here today, and I'm extremely grateful for that. My favorite animal is hands down elephants. I'm a family man, and the way the family is structured in elephants, it resonates with me, and therefore I've chosen elephants. My favorite activity out in the bush is to track big game. It gives you the opportunity to learn about their behavior in much more depth than just observing them. My favorite sighting at WildEarth was where the Termite bride was trying to hunt buffalo in this beautiful, misty, foggy morning. The whole setting was just so surreal, and it intensified, culminating in a near successful hunt. One of the main reasons I became a guide in the first place is to share this wonder with people, and now I get to do it with a much wider audience. It's gone that way. Alright, we're just checking out some leopard tracks here. And some scat as well. You see, it looks like a male leopard came from the boundary, obviously scent marked somewhere here. And you can see the scat and the track, and I can see the track heading down the road. Like here we go. Obviously a lot of vehicles that's moved here, and it's dark as well, so the scat has hardened a little bit. So I don't think it's like right now, but it gives us a direction. I reckon we should work that area, and we've got some time left. It's definitely on top of some vehicle tracks from this morning, but it looks like a relatively large male. Who that might be, I don't know. The problem is this road is a public road, so it's an entry road for a lot of operations. So I won't see anything. We've got a direction, so we could just as well go and work the area and see. It was probably in the morning that he was scent marking, and he's probably found a place to sleep. So maybe he's going to continue, and if we're very lucky, we could then maybe we can get a last minute leopard. Oh, here's a scrub hare on the road. Hare roadblock. There's a mouse, did you see that? Just a random little mouse running over the road. There we go. See if we can get him to go into the bush. Hello, buddy. I don't think they're very clever. They just keep running on the road. You're gonna waste energy, my boy. Good evening, Sarah. And Sarah's asking if scrub hares are nocturnal, because we always tend to see them closer to nighttime. Hi, Sarah. Yes, no, they are nocturnal. Not often seen in daytime. I've seen them on like very cool overcast days at times out here, but here they're mainly nocturnal. In the Kalahari, for instance, I remember when I was at Twala, we used to see them in winter. We see them in daytime moving, and that was just because the nighttime temperatures there are so cold. I mean, it's not uncommon to have like a -4, -5. So you'll often, early afternoon, you would see the scrub hares emerging before it gets too cold. But out here, we don't have such extreme winter temperatures, so therefore they prefer to be mainly nocturnal, nighttime living. And then on cool overcast days, you might actually see them in daytime, but it's not common here. They start to emerge roughly this time of night. It sounds like Kelly is following her lioness, so let's head over to Kelly.
So, we're still here with our lioness. We're just going to go into infrared now. We're going to swap over and we're going to stay with this girl. However, this lioness is walking pretty much straight towards the Djuma clan's den. Yes, it's possible. I don't know. I don't know who this lioness is. I'm sorry. We did get a good facial ID. She looks well. If it is who we thought it was, she is part of a pride that sometimes do hang around in this area. But to me, she hasn't been contact calling. She has had a sniff on a couple of the branches, but she actually looks quite relaxed on her own. I mean, I don't know what she's thinking, but this lioness will be able to hunt on her own. I used to work with a lioness who had her own and managed quite well on her own. I might lose signal down this dip, so I'm just going to wait for this lioness to come through this dip, and then I'm going to quickly scoot up the other side. But I certainly don't want to upset this girl. She's quite comfortable on her own, but I'm going to stick with her for as long as I can, and we'll see if she ends up going towards the hyena den.
Peaceful surroundings, the nature is not something I can get in my homeland. So it's wonderful to be able to be live, you know, with you guys and feel like you're actually there.
If you want to go on safari with a WildEarth guide, whilst honing your bush knowledge and of course featuring in one of our shows, then head over to our website.
With wild dogs, wonderful, absolutely wonderful. We don't always get to see those, so that's just been amazing.
Sign up to be a WildEarth explorer and you could be making your first ever on-screen appearance.
I wanted to be part of the support of WildEarth. It brings so much to everybody and everything. It's brought so much to me, especially, you know, got me through some difficult times myself. I found WildEarth shortly before I was going to go through some things in my own personal life, and it's what got me through, and I know that's a story for many, many, many people, so it's important to me to provide support to that.
Wildlife trafficking remains a growing problem in South Africa, and often made worse by the way the media portray this complex issue. WESA, the Wildlife and Environment Society of South Africa, in partnership with WWF South Africa and supported by USAID, have recently embarked on a program whereby they train reporters to better tell stories of wildlife trafficking.
In my community, wildlife conservation is mostly something other people do, and I would like to change that. My name is Iman Singli. I told people I met that the pangolin is one of the most trafficked animals on the planet. But what is a pangolin, they said? Why is it in danger? This is what made me decide that the pangolin story must be told. If we are to play a part in preventing the extinction of this animal, then we must all be part of the battle.
A partnership between WWF South Africa and WESA, supported by USAID.
Okay, is she gonna still be around the corner? Yes, she is. I'm not pushing this lioness. I'm not gonna sit on her backside permanently. See if she's gonna do it. She has been sniffing the bushes, but not this one. I'm very curious as to what she is planning. It's so nice just to be able to she is completely unaffected by my presence. She hasn't looked round to look at us once, which is exactly what I want. We don't want to have any impact. Don't want to have any impact on any of the animals here. One of the rules is if these animals hunt, we must not interrupt them in any way, shape or form. We do not shine. I'm not even using a spotlight at all, which is perfect because I can see what ID is filming in IR, so what you're seeing. I don't even need to use a spotlight, which is even better. So I'm actually using the monitor. But sometimes if you do spotlight these predators, they will be highlighted to their prey species, their hunt. So I'm quite happy. I'm quite happy giving this girl a bit of space. She literally has not glanced around once at the vehicle. She does come off the road I've said on a couple of occasions, we drive roads, we drive cut lines because animals use them. This is your evidence. I'm going to try stay with this beautiful lioness, and I'm going to send you over to Chris.
Kelly's having fun with that lioness. Now, okay, we're just working that direction where we saw that male leopard tracks, and it's just more like I'll just give it a bash type of thing rather than actively tracking it. You know, if we find it, we find it. If we don't, we don't. I mean, knowing male leopards, they can cover long distances, so that animal could very well be out of our property already. Just working the general area. We're lucky, we're lucky. If not, we're not. Some impalas up ahead. Always Impala here. The fringes of these plains are good for trying to find leopard. It's a lovely spot to try and find them. Hello there, WildEarth lover. Wants to know the rarest animal that I've seen in Africa. All right. Well, probably pangolin, probably the rarest of, you know, trying to think what else have I seen that's quite rare. You know, animals that are rare could also be rare just because they only occur in a limited geographical area, but they might occur in good numbers there. So, for instance, the Giraffe antelope in East Africa, I was delighted to be able to see one when I was there a long time ago. But they're quite common in the areas they occur there. I think those are the two highlights. The pangolin is rare to see. Thick knees. Hi Minky, sorry, I don't really get the question very well there. I know you're asking about what is in common with snow leopard and African leopards. Well, I just wait for confirmation. Let's just chat about the two. There are distinct species. So there are two distinct species. Leopard, as we know it, occurs in Africa, into the Middle East, well into parts of Asia, even into parts of Russia, Siberia even. So there you'll have variants of leopard, Amur leopards, Indian leopard, Sri Lankan leopard, but that are all part of the same species, leopard. It's the one that we know out here, they're just different geographical variants. Snow leopards, that lives in parts of the Himalayan mountains, the Caucasus mountains, not sure how far their range extends. They are a distinct species, so they do have genetic similarities to actual leopards. The spots, you know, certain behavior types. So genetically they are a close relative to leopards. But they are actually a distinct species, just like lion and tiger. They will be a distinct, separate species to actual leopards. Another bucket list animal for me as well is snow leopards. A very rare animal, very rare. Seems like we still have some work to do searching for this leopard. But anyway, let's head over to Kelly, see if she's caught up with her lioness.
Yes, Chris. Yes, I have caught up with our lioness. Absolutely unfazed by the vehicle, and she's still moving in the same direction. Beautiful. How is that? So special to see this so close and unfazed. And I'm wondering if she's going to make her way all the way to quarantine. I'm trying to work out what's going on here. If it is the female we think, then she normally spends time with sub-adults. So it could be that she's had enough of hanging around with kids and she's maybe on a mission to find her a man. Lion behaviour is actually incredibly complex, and I'm sure it's even more complex than we actually understand. And lions, as well as some of the other cats, but I know definitely lions, are actually brought into estrus by mating. So it won't be until she links up with a nice big strong, dominant male that she would actually become receptive. So maybe that's what she's looking for. I'm not sure if everyone's favourite dark mane would currently fall into that category. Where is she? There we go. Maybe she believes it's time that she should be looking for a mate. Let's see which way she's gonna go. Try and get around here again. There's a very fine line. She seems to very much be enjoying her evening stroll. Nope, I was too slow. Okay, brilliant. Thank you for that ID there. I appreciate it. Yeah, I think you're right. She is just enjoying her evening stroll. I'd be very curious to know. I haven't heard or seen any lion tracks. I have been asking around to try and get updates on neighbouring properties, and I haven't heard of anything. I might have missed something. There might be something happening that I don't know about. So again, that wanderlust has maybe kicked in. And yeah, she's looking for a man.
Look at that, it's amazing. Wow, hey.
And 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, live.
Oh, that's cool.
Just in there.
And the black mamba's going up the tree and the mongoose is attacking it.
She's gonna pounce again.
Sure, you can all agree with me. It's not a bad start to our Wednesday morning.
Something that I have never seen before in my entire life that you are now watching live.
Look at that. It's just beautiful.
Fantastic display by a little herd of Springbok.
How is this view?
My heart is in my mouth, everybody.
Amazing, they've locked their tusks together. You can hear the cracking branches.
It is so incredible to spend this time so close to an African penguin, and it's completely unfazed by my presence whatsoever.
How insane is that animal?
Amazing.
Awesome. It is fantastic. fantastic to watch.
Now we've got a tug of war between mom and daughter, look.
I'm just at a loss for words. That's just incredible to see that.
Crossroads, which way to go? Let's take this one. Alright, so nothing on that male leopard. Also no further tracks, no further sign. So I'm gonna sort of, again, just drive around. Maybe we'll see Fred, you never know. This is where we saw Fred the first time. Quite a bit of wind coming up now, and that's, to my opinion, it's good hunting conditions for leopards. I often see in wind like this that they are very successful when hunting. Hi there, Fiona. You won't be really able to tell other than the same. I mean, there's no identifying feature. So I think half the chameleons I found and thought it was Fred's probably different ones. They don't move very far, you know. So if you find them, for instance, in that tree tonight, maybe tomorrow they'll be in that tree, in that tree. So they don't move very far. They'll stay very local. So you can use that as a potential guideline. But you know what? We've called him Fred for the fun of it, really. But let's look for Fred's cousins. How about that? Yeah, it would be near impossible to know if it was the exact same chameleon. It's a little cooler tonight, so I doubt whether we're gonna have many active chameleons. They'll probably be into the thick sort of bushes like those almost. Sort of hide from the wind. This is now where you want to come around the corner and there's a leopard in the road. Yeah. You know what? We've had such an incredible day that if we don't find it, it's not a train smash. We'll have other opportunities. We'll have more opportunities the next couple of days. grass is so long, it can be stuff lying right here and you won't see it. Alright, let's see how Kelly's bumble is going while we try and find something this side.
Thank you, Chris. I'm still following our lioness. I would love to try and squeeze a gap around her, but I don't want to disturb her in any way. She's walking straight up Twin Dams Road, so straight towards Djuma Dam. She hasn't called, she hasn't scent marked, she hasn't stalked. She's stopped a couple of times to have a little bit of a listen, but it's pretty much been ambling sedately along the whole way. See, if I switch this light off, it's actually quite creepy sitting here in the dark, knowing there's a lion 15 meters in front of you. I just had a little flash of a firefly there. I'm waiting for a junction to try and get round her, but there's no way I'm going to be able to off-road through this thick stuff without disrupting her route. I think if she does get towards quarantine or the dam, it might get interesting. Kim, yes. Me too. I'm very happy to see her so relaxed. It's incredibly important to me that we don't put pressure on these animals. Many times I've been in sightings and you can see that animals aren't comfortable, like that young elephant we had earlier. And if animals aren't comfortable, I'm sorry, but I'm not going there. We are absolutely honoured that these animals allow us to view them at all. So I'm going to continue on behind this girl, keeping my distance, and we'll see where she ends up by the time the show finishes.
Hello, how are you?
We baba swatike emsabeni, we baba babansati banhlupha, we baba abafika endlini yami awungathi bangafike kathitimela, we baba how city was a Friday, my darling, was a Friday.
This is that one, I don't know if you've seen guys make soap out of the leaves.
Yeah. Hey, my sweetie, was a Friday.
It's the most amazing experience. It's epic to feel the wind in your face, see the animals in their natural environment. My favorite part about today is meeting the wonderful WildEarth team.
Afternoon, Pogs. Welcome.
Hi, Jonty. Lovely to meet you.
Please jump into Wendy.
Cool, thank you. To be able to actually travel on the roads, to feel firsthand what it's like, it was amazing. My mud wallow today was something totally different and beyond my wildest dreams. The reason I got a ticket to Dream was courtesy of my mum, that being my special birthday, 60th birthday, and how much WildEarth has meant to me during quite a hard last year. It's just been the most amazing gift.
All right, Kelly, I think she's had a great time with that Lioness. We had a very relaxed afternoon, I must say. You know, I think I sort of had to have a bit of a more relaxed one. I cannot have pandemonium every single drive, you know. I think my system won't last. I will eventually expire from adrenaline overload. This is just one of those little easy ones just to reset again, you know. Yeah, this morning was absolutely spectacular. Well, this afternoon was some lovely things. Those leopard tracks, those kudus were really nice. I haven't seen such a nice kudu in a while. The elephants was rather nice. I mean, it's not action-packed, but it was still a very nice safari. Let's see if I seen some eyes there, but it's probably just a few Impala. No, probably just Impala. Definitely some Impalas. Right, I think let's head over to Kelly and see if she can see anything other than Impala.
Okay, I just saw a gap in the trees, so I've just done a quick loop around to what I thought would be to get in front of this. Oh, here we go. Well, I'm not going to say a single word because it's just not necessary. How cool was that? And I couldn't see her at all because we're in IR. Just as she peeped her nose through here. I'm going to leave this beautiful girl to carry on whatever it is she may be doing and leave her in peace. Thank you so much for joining us. What a stunning finish to a very exciting afternoon game drive.